And the songs were about Jesus. I mean, come on. It's church, or kind of like church, not like the church I grew up in. But here's the thing that was different. And then they had like a speaker. He was a preacher, but he was a speaker. And he was enjoyable. It was more about doing good and how you could potentially be rewarded in life, maybe, or in the afterlife, or whatever, if you did good, as opposed to, like I grew up, scaring the hell out of you if you did bad. It was the opposite. That's this message, and it felt like the whole tone of this church was, wow, if you do good, you're going to be rewarded. This is going to be a fun time. It's a happy thing, not if you do bad, you're going to hell, which is kind of, or you need to go to confession if you swear one time. So I was kind of taken aback because I'd never been in a church like that. And people were like smiling and happy and excited and singing. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to go every week, but it did in this, again, Jake was all on me last week about not going. And it felt like you were just listening to someone give a motivational speech, I guess. That's the best way to put it. That infused sort of some theology or infused some sort of religion into it, but it was largely just a motivational speaker. I can get down with that, I guess. And it was neat. And you didn't have to go, there was no, like, you didn't go up and get communion or anything. So that's where I was on Saturday evening. And it was not nearly as teeth-pulling as I anticipated. So anyway, had to share that with you. Top of the hour. Our governor said something pretty interesting to a big heavy hitter in media. We'll get into that in just a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway West outbound is looking a bit congested around the 79 interchange and further up through Robinson Town Center because of an earlier accident around the Ridge Road exit. The Parkway East outbound slows you down around the Oakland on-ramp as you try to leave the city, and 28 outbound slows you down from the city as you make your way towards the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing. Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, GENIUS. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and rain mixed and 36 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Updating a story from last week, Allegheny County Police have now filed criminal homicide charges against the Penn Hills woman and the death of her child. Police say after consulting with the medical examiner's office, the new charges were filed against Agameu Malu and the death of her 3-year-old son. The child's father, Adam Chirico, was also charged last week with child endangerment. The parents of a child who was found dead last year have been charged now with a third-degree murder charge of involuntary manslaughter, as well as other crimes. State Police say Michael Blasser and Ashley McCarskey appeared to be intoxicated when police tried to talk to them last year after the 15-month-old child was found unresponsive in deplorable conditions. Police say the baby and another child both had drugs in their system. Blasser and McCarskey are being held in the Westmoreland County Jail with bond set at $1 million. Several people are facing charges after a protest honoring a 13-year-old boy killed in a crash turned tense Sunday in West Mifflin. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Dozens gathered along Kennywood Boulevard to honor 13-year-old Terrell Byers Jr., who was struck and killed in December. West Mifflin police say the protests escalated when demonstrators blocked traffic along Route 837 and refused orders to leave the roadway. Police say pepper spray was used to disperse the crowd and that one officer was injured. Authorities say multiple people were arrested, including the boy's father. Byers' mom, Naomi White, says the protest was meant to demand answers and push for safety changes along the road where her son lost his life. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Heinz Endowment is providing $750,000 to help finish the city's comprehensive plan. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
The comp plan, PGH 2050, has been seeking community input in various ways to work on a master plan for the city, looking at a range of topics like housing and economic development. It began during the Gainey administration at a cost of about $6 million. Councilman Anthony Coghill felt that was too much. Now, with the $750,000 from the Heinz Endowments, he says the work can be completed.
There has been a lot of good information collected from that, from what I understand from the new planner, Yvette. So she has laid her eyes on all the information and everything that was gathered from the $4 million that we already spent, and she feels like that will be very useful.
He says the $750,000 grant means money allocated for the comp plan can now go to other costs instead. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
An online pharmacy business is expanding its office space along the Parkway West. Blink Health offers drugs at more affordable prices. The pharmacy benefit managers. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports Blink is adding 37,000 square foot of office space in Building 5 at Robinson Ridge.
That will bring the company's presence there to nearly 91,000 square feet. Blink also plans to add 150 employees. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 387 points, the NASDAQ up 268, the S&P 500 up 67 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Penguins continue their road trip tonight with a stop in Colorado. They'll take on the Avalanche with the puck drop at 9:30. The good news for the Pens, Evgeny Malkin has already served his 5-game suspension. He will be available tonight. KDK Radio News Time, 5:03. Right now, light snow and 37 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's requests that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
Conroy Foods makes Beano's deli condiments right here in Pittsburgh. Beano's original submarine dressing was the first condiment to earn a home in grocery store deli departments throughout America. Today, they have a full line of distinctive deli condiment flavors to choose from. As a Pittsburgh-based company, they are committed to putting the needs of their neighbors first, which is why they've chosen to partner with the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank as a proud supporter of Feed the Need.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, "Hey, Siri." Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them or go to COMERcross.com.
All right, Margot has you covered. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Starting to see some brake lights on the Parkway North outbound, starting from the city as you head up towards the exit off of McKnight Road. The other major roadways have their normal rush hour delays, with the Parkway West inbound slowing you down around Robinson Town Center because of an earlier accident right around the Ridge Road exit. Also still looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway West outbound, starting from 2nd Avenue, heading through the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow this evening accumulating up to an inch or two, and that'll lead to some slippery travel conditions. Windy and much colder down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow, a couple of snow showers, high 28. Not as cold Wednesday, up to 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So I ran outside today with T-shirt and shorts on at like 5-something this morning. And now the snow is laying on the ground. What a day. What weather. It's insane here. It really is. I think, and this is being facetious, kind of, This isn't official weather from like Ray Petlin or Larry's show or whatever. I think there's a wind advisory for western Pennsylvania until June. And the area's under severe weather, a thunderstorm warning until like August 15th. And then a flash flood watch until September 10th. And then a snow advisory sprinkled in for like another 6 weeks. I think I got that all covered. I'm no Joe DiNardo, but who is? Anyhow, 866-391-1020. So, our dear governor, he was on the other day with Bill Maher, and he had some things to say. So he told the comedian on HBO, that Real-Time show, that he wasn't going to take any bait. But he didn't say no when he was asked about running for president. He did bring up some things, and I brought some of them up. I brought one of them up with Rich Fitzgerald just a little bit ago. But there are a couple questions I have. I want you to listen to this clip in particular. Give a listen here.
In our cities in Philly and Pittsburgh, run, by the way, by Democratic mayors, we've addressed homelessness. We built a shelter in Pittsburgh. We're treating people humanely and getting them the help they need, but also making it so businesses can thrive in those communities, so that they're clean streets and safe communities. Look, to me, foundational to everything is a safe community. You don't want to live in that area. You don't want to work in that area if it's not safe. I made a commitment when I was running for governor to hire 2,000 police officers, invest $500 million in violence prevention initiatives. Crime is down 13% in Pennsylvania. Fatal gun violence is down 43% in Pennsylvania. We're delivering safe communities, and part of that is having compassion, but also helping people who are living on the street get off the street and get in a place that's safer for them and better for others.
Okay, so sounds like you're well on your way to the nomination.
I refuse to take any of your bait here.
All
right. That was a light moment, but he didn't say no either. You know, if I know I'm not going to do something, I'd say no. So there's that. There's a couple things at play here at 866-391-1020. Has the recent evolution of Shapiro's sort of personality, has it changed and evolved to where you don't like it? He's certainly somebody who's eyeing running for president. Has he become less gubernatorial in all of this? To me, he kind of has. And a little bit distant from what Pennsylvanians need or want or what he ran on. He seems to be eyeing a presidential run, and some of his talk is a little bit too tough. Some of the way that he speaks is, I don't want to say phony, but it's just not him. And it's a little bit weird. So, in asking that at 866-391-1020, the question is this. Do you feel represented still by the governor as a Pennsylvanian? But there's more. What he said about Pittsburgh and what he said about Philadelphia and the homeless problem and the crime problem, whatever, that can be heavily debated. And I'm not here to heavily debate that. Other people talk about downtown a lot. I really don't. I don't spend a lot of time downtown. I go into games. I'll go to the casino every once in a while. I'm somebody who, and this isn't a demerit, some people try to make it that, there's not a ton for me downtown. I find everything that I need in the suburbs. You get people say, oh, what, are you scared? No, I'm not scared. I just don't find what I need down there. I'll go to a ball game. I'll go down there every once in a while, but I don't need to be in downtown. So I'm not here to debate the merits of it. But in what he says, a question is this. Let's say that they are cleaning it up. Let's say that things are being done. Let's say that there is an investment. Is there a fear that is just a fresh can of paint and it is for the NFL draft and that's it? Or do you have a thought? Do you have a confidence? Do you have confidence that there's some staying power in this? That, to me, is the biggest question. Now, Bill Maher is not somebody who's intertwined with Pennsylvania politics, nor Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, so I wouldn't expect him to ask a follow-up question to that end. But that, to me, is a question that's very fair. Okay, you're touting this. And, yeah, maybe the arrow is pointing up a little bit. That I don't know. Right? I go down there here and there, maybe once a week. I spend much more time in the Strip District. But do you have designs on it being for the long haul? Or is there a case where we're just cleaning up, looking good, putting a nice shirt on for the NFL draft, and then, well, hey, hobos, vagabonds, all of you guys, you can come back out now. The world has left Pittsburgh. Because I think that's a more than fair question. What of these measures, what of these things has a shelf life as opposed to just let's make it look nice for a week or so in about a month or so? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I'm appreciative of the measures. I am. But you look at Arts Landing, you look at some of the investments. I want to know what new businesses, what big businesses, what gigantic businesses, what big taxable businesses are coming into the Golden Triangle to not just help the city, but to help the county in totality. That, to me, is a big question. It's not just about the homeless. It's not just about the appearance. It's not about the crime. It's about the vibrancy of the whole region. And it begins, I don't want to say it ends, but it does start with the belt buckle of it being the city proper and the downtown proper. That's where it has to begin. But the other question, and we do backtrack a little, is this. Is he somebody who has graduated to, well, he definitely has a design on a presidential run? I think it's more than obvious. You very easily could have smacked that question down, could have been done with it, could have been finished with it, and it's something that you look at and you say, oh, yeah, you asked me that question? Sure. No, I'm not running for president. I have, especially in this day and age, when some people say it's a headache, it's tough, the security and all that is not worth it. It's a no-win situation, and it's more trouble than it's all worth. I'll take your calls next. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Your calls next. A couple things. You heard Shapiro right there, Governor Shapiro, with Bill Maher. Is this all window dressing, cleaning up the city for just a little bit? Or do you feel like he has it and does and will have it turned around for the long haul? And would you trust him to make a presidential run? Is he somebody you'd vote for? Let's talk next. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, not much has changed as brake lights continue to back up the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive towards the Oakland on-ramp and all the way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound also bumper to bumper from 2nd Avenue as you make your way through the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards Carnegie, and seeing a bit of congestion around the 79 interchange on both sides of the Parkway West. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, folks, have you seen those ads that talk about how you can own it, not owe it at CCAC? Well, it's so true. You can own an education that will get you a good job, and you won't owe a ton of money. 81% of CCAC students graduate debt-free. And if you want to go to a 4-year school, you can save thousands by spending your first 2 years at CCAC. Hey, it's time. Check out the programs and this month's scheduled open house events at ccac.edu. CCAC rocks.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950. 888-231-4950.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area. Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's President of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, John McCabe.
Corporal Charles E. Kelly of Allegheny County was awarded the Medal of Honor in World War II on September 13, 1943 in Italy. Corporal Kelly volunteered to join a patrol in knocking out enemy machine gun nests and to contact a battalion believed to be located on Hill 315, which was commanded by enemy artillery, mortar, and machine gun fire. After he returned with information that the hill was held by the enemy troops, he then helped to defend an ammunition dump which was under attack by German troops. And when his automatic rifle jammed, he pulled the pins from 60mm mortar shells and used them as grenades. Corporal Kelly then successfully covered the retreat of his detachment.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. For information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
Paul's got you covered. He's the best. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. What you got, Paul?
Colin, I got a brand new way to get yourself in trouble at a casino. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street regulators now preparing a proposal that would eliminate quarterly earnings reports, lowering that to just half-yearly reports because some publicly traded companies complain of the time-consuming and costly clerical work required. Opponents say reports every 3 months offers a lot more transparency. Stocks ending higher today thanks to signs oil tanker traffic through the critical Strait of Hormuz near Iran is starting to ease up, increasing global supplies of crude. At the close, the Dow up 388, 0.8% higher. The Nasdaq up 269, 1.25% higher, and the S&P up 67. Oil prices fell 5% today, under $94 a barrel. That helps send shares of all the major airlines and cruise ship operators higher on hopes for lower fuel costs. And the NBA holding a vote at its Board of Governors meetings next week about adding expansion teams in Las Vegas and in Seattle. That would be in time for the 2028-29 basketball season. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm tired AF. That's the kids say, AF, right? They probably used to say that like 3 years ago, but I am. And how about I slept weird on my neck last night? Or I don't know if I slept weird on my neck or if I just woke up with this neck pain. My buddy Dave was making fun of me this morning. Toughen up, and all this. That's weird. When you sleep weird and you got this like pinched nerve thing going, it just doesn't go away. I don't know what's going to happen here. Like trying to stretch all day, ice and heat. He was on me though. Tough it up. I promise. It is a literal pain in the neck. Anyway, Dimitri's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Dimitri.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. So, just to do a recap, you asked if people feel represented still under Governor Shapiro. Is that right? And you also touched on.
I asked a couple questions. Yes, that was one of them.
Well, I would definitely want to talk about me feeling represented by Shapiro. I'd say I 100% still feel represented by the governor. It's obvious he's definitely trying to run for president in 2028, and there was a lot of questions. You asked a question about if I trust him to run for president. I think
what was that?
Wanted to first and foremost.
Sorry, if you trust him to run for president. Yes. I did. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I first and foremost want him to finish his term as governor, of course, and he'll have plenty of time to do that before 2028 hits. But I think that and you mentioned earlier that you feel like he's kind of stepped out of his own personality. It's kind of changed because you said he talks a bit aggressive about certain topics and he's very straightforward. I personally think that's always been how Shapiro's behaved.
No, it isn't. He used cuss word in his official documentation. That's not how he's been.
Hasn't the president used cuss words on national television? What difference does it make at that point?
We're not talking about the president. We're talking about Josh Shapiro.
Well, what does his use of vocabulary when it comes to a cuss word have to do with him passing legislation and representing people who need help?
Nothing, but that wasn't the question. I asked if he's turned into somebody he generally hasn't been. See, you want to play this game where you want to compare him to Donald Trump. That's the first I've said his name all day today. I'm asking.
Well, let me clarify. You brought up the usage of language, and you tried to use that as a way to discount my opinion on.
No. I'm not trying to discount your opinion. What you're doing is arguing apples to oranges when I was asking if there's been a transformation in Josh Shapiro's attitude and the way he's gone about his language and his message. And it seems to me there has. Like he used a cuss word in his official documentation in his mailer and thing. And that's just weird to me because when he was voted in, that kind of wasn't who he is.
Yeah, honestly, frankly, I really don't care about him using a cuss word in his documentation. I mean, I think, in my opinion, his very straightforward attitude, his very verbal, personality right now is expressing a lot of the anger a lot of people have with the administration. So if we're talking about that, I don't really see any problem with it. But if we're talking about me feeling represented by the governor, I definitely do, because especially during the summer of last year when we were having a huge, clog in the state legislation, the governor decided to put in, emergency powers in order to push forward public transit legislation, funding, I should say. And
and it all went to SEPTA.
I'm not going to pick politics. Sorry, say again?
Most of it went to SEPTA.
Right. Be that as it may, though, the
how does that help Pittsburgh?
Couldn't pass anything.
Let me ask you this.
I'm talking about if I feel represented.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this, and this is to me is a quandary, and one that I'm trying to figure out how he can figure out. How can he reconcile somebody trying to bomb his house? How can he reconcile this anti-Semitism? And Bill Maher kind of asked him this a bit. How can he reconcile this anti-Semitism and people, frankly, hating Jewish people, but generally that comes from his own party? I don't get that.
Okay, so you got a lot to unpack there. I'll just say this, straightforward. I think Josh Shapiro's done a good job in not taking things as personally as maybe they should be. I think he's doing a good job in trying to make his issues about representing all Pennsylvanians, even though they may hate him. That's the way I see it.
What is a Democrat ever? This is the problem I have with somebody who's straight down the middle, honestly. Why don't Democrats ever speak out against the lunatics in their own party?
Why don't Republicans speak out the lunatics in theirs?
Both fringes need spoken out, but that wasn't the question. We have a sitting.
Well, listen. You make a good point. I think people should be less afraid of speaking up about what's right. I definitely think people, and especially in my party, because I'm very supportive about it, I think we need to continue to show the personality.
We have a sitting Democratic governor whose house was firebombed, and he never spoke out against those people in his own party.
He's got bigger issues to worry about than disagreements in his own party about other issues.
Right, like running for president, which was the totality of this whole point. Right, like running for president. So he should have just answered Bill Maher straight away. Yeah, I'm going to try to run for president. And again, that gets back to how do you juggle two things at once? Running for president and being a full-fledged governor of the state of Pennsylvania. I just think it's going to be a tough task. I'm not saying he can't do it, but I think it's going to be a tough task. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Continuing to look at brake lights all throughout the city, especially on the outbound routes. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is Truck Month. Get to Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what a time it is. So, you want an F-150, you want a Ranger, you want to see yourself in one of those great trucks. All those great locations, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And for this truck month, spoil yourself. Go get a truck. You can check it all out online at SchultzFord.com. Gigantic inventory right now, so get there. SchultzFord.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 24 months with no payments or interest, plus $500 off. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. Temple Olive Shalom in McCandless is using $25,000 grant from the Nonprofit Security Grant Fund to upgrade security systems and safety protocols.
I think it is a particular threat we've seen for the Jewish and Muslim communities and the Christian communities. We've seen a number of acts, in my faith, in Hinduism. There have been attacks on Hindu temples. There have been attacks on Sikh gurdwaras.
Representative Venkat says the funding allows communities to plan, train, and protect staff and visitors, giving congregants confidence they can worship in safety. Several people are facing charges after a protest honoring a 13-year-old boy that was killed in a crash. That gathering turned tense Sunday in West Mifflin. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Dozens gathered along Kennywood Boulevard to honor 13-year-old Terrell Byers Jr., who was struck and killed in December. West Mifflin police say the protests escalated when demonstrators blocked traffic along Route 837 and refused orders to leave the roadway. Police say pepper spray was used to disperse the crowd and that one officer was injured. Authorities say multiple people were arrested, including the boy's father. Byers' mom, Naomi White, says the protest was meant to demand answers and push for safety changes along the road where her son lost his life. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A nonprofit group is providing a major grant to keep Pittsburgh's citywide comprehensive plan going. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
The Heinz Endowment's $750,000 pledge will help extend the life of the plan, PGH 2050. In a news release, Mayor O'Connor said it's important to finish the plan to have a comprehensive growth strategy through engagement with city residents. Councilman Anthony Coghill, a critic of the plan's original $6 million price tag, welcomes the grant.
So that money will then be taken from the money set aside, the $2 million set aside that's left for the plan, and we'll be able to transfer that right back into our operating budget to take care of salaries and all things as such.
With the grant and $250,000 given back by the Gainey administration and the original pot of money, taxpayers are now saving $1 million on the comp plan. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Two brothers have been cited for disorderly conduct after they allegedly got into an elevator at Rivers Casino Friday night and started jumping up and down and dancing, knocking the elevator off its track. State police say the elevator became stuck as a result, requiring Pittsburgh's EMS to respond to rescue them. 23-year-old Keith Reed Jr. and his 21-year-old brother Dean Reed were also cited for creating a hazardous condition. An amendment today by a bipartisan bill to create a Pennsylvania Cannabis Control Board. The bill was amended in committee today to mirror federal hemp standards. Those changes would make the sale of most over-the-counter Delta 8 and Delta 10 products against federal law. The bill's sponsor, Erie Republican Dan Laughlin, says it's important to mirror the federal legislation to close loopholes that allow intoxicating hemp products to flood the marketplace. Those federal standards are set to go into effect in November. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 387 points, the Nasdaq up 268, the S&P 500 up 67 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pittsburgh Penguins continue their road trip. Tonight's stop is Colorado, where they will take on the Colorado Avalanche. Puck drop at 9:30. Evgeny Malkin will be available to play after already serving his 5-game suspension. KDK Radio News time is 5:32. Time to call Dina Schmid and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 412-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Giant Eagle is committed to giving back to the communities it serves. The supermarket that calls Pittsburgh home has partnered with Odyssey since 2020 to provide millions of meals to those facing hunger through the Feed the Need Radiothon. Today, Giant Eagle offers numerous ways to support Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Customers shopping at Giant Eagle stores can make a donation at the register through May 20th, or donations can be made anytime by visiting KDKA-Radio.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at the major roadways, still seeing some congestion on those outbound routes at the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue. Also looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive, and on 579 on that southbound route, lanes are jammed as you try to head towards the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and much colder tonight. Some snow during the evening, accumulating an inch or two. And we'll have some low visibility and slippery spots. Down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow. A couple of snow showers, I-28. Not as cold Wednesday, mostly cloudy, I-38. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We'll celebrate St. Patrick's Day and find out how an Irish immigrant came to the Burgh and why he made the choice.
Wonder who it is. Wonder who the Irish immigrant is who came to the Burgh. It's going to be interesting to hear. Now he's got me hooked. Oh, before we're out of here today, a landmark venue is on its way out. And I honestly think I saw the most exciting moment and the most exciting span of time. Those are two different things in that place. I honestly feel that. I was lucky enough to see both of them, to be there for both of those things. I do want your calls, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020 on this humdrum Monday. It feels like we've powered through this show. It didn't go fast. It didn't go slow. It just kind of went the regular time. Sometimes you do a great show, it feels like it takes 15 minutes. If you do a bad one, it feels like it takes 11 hours. This one felt like it took 4 hours. It's just terrible weather outside. Monday, it's the Mondayest Monday. Margot's coming off a trip. She's tired. My neck hurts. It is what it is. But the topics have been okay. Anyway, I do want your calls on if you have a fear. Fear's the wrong word, probably. If you have a thought, you heard from Rich Fitzgerald. You heard from the governor talking to Bill Maher. He's trumpeting there's no bums around, something like that, which I don't find factually correct, but it is what it is. Are we lining up to do a bunch of things and just putting a coat of paint on Pittsburgh because the NFL draft is on its way? Or are we really making capital improvements for the long haul? Text here. Colin, if this was more than just about the draft, why wasn't it done before? It's simply lipstick on a pig. And I'll tell you what, of all the feedback that I've got, and I've gotten a bunch of texts, dozens and dozens of texts on this. I've just read a few. It tilts that way. That's not me making a statement nor me giving an opinion. That's just the honest to goodness truth. Most people are skeptical. Maybe they will have their opinion changed. And the proof will be in if it's 2 years, if it's 3 years, if it's 5 years, and these capital improvements do come, and the sort of wick that's lit is because, well, we wanted to fix things for the NFL draft, and then it kept perpetuating and going and moving forward. I want to talk about that at 866-391-1020, but also this. I got a text from my daughter when she got home from school. Hey, make sure you grab some NCAA brackets. Is this the thing that bonds us and binds us together more than just about anything in our country? This is why I'm so adamant about not screwing up the NCAA tournament. They've already kind of micro-screwed it up with going from 64 to 68, but you can live with it. You can live with that first 4 games. Don't make it 72 teams, 84 teams, 100. What? No. Whether you're a basketball fan, not a basketball fan. Whether you pick your bracket based on, oh, I'm going to take all the Catholic schools. Who's Xavier playing? Who's St. Joe's playing? Is Marquette in? Oh, did Duquesne make it? What about St. Mary's in California? Like, if you're somebody that picks your bracket like that, or what's the color of this team? Let me take them. Or this team and that team. It binds us together. It is the one thing, even if just for that first weekend, which will happen Thursday through Sunday this week, even if just for that we rally together, it is the one purely American thing, whether you're 8 or 80, that we come together for and love. Don't screw it up. And whether you've watched one basketball game all year, every basketball game all year, or these will be the first ones you watch, or you don't even watch. You just check the scores for your brackets. We can't screw this thing up. It truly is. It is something that pulls us together. So do you play an NCAA bracket? Also, I find people that play more than one in the same poll, that should be illegal. You should have one chance, one shot, go through it, pick it, and submit it, and that's it. Reed's in Monroeville. Hi, Reed.
So I've lived in Pittsburgh for a little over 3 years. Used to live in Los Angeles. And what's incredible to me is there are hundreds of dilapidated houses that need to be torn down. Why isn't the city putting its efforts into that type of restoration rather than putting all this money into this ridiculous new airport, all the things they're doing to, put up a smoke screen, if you will, for all the other issues that we have in the city?
I don't disagree with you, and I think that they should, and they have more decaying homes right now than they can demolish. There's like 2,000 condemned properties. Mostly are abandoned, decaying homes. And it's decades of population decline, which have left them. The city should buy them up, take them through eminent domain or however they need to take them, and wreck them down. Now, raising a building costs like $40,000, I think I read, on average. So it's no small endeavor. But if you pay into it, and you're already in a fragile financial situation as a city, but if you pay into it, Reed, I'm right there with you. That's where you flip and go ahead and you make your affordable housing.
Yeah. Can I just say this? I've lived in many different locations in the United States. I had probably like 8 different cities just for my job. I had never, ever seen anything like this in terms of the dilapidated houses that need to be raised. And what I oftentimes hear when people talk about Pittsburgh is, oh, it's the Renaissance city. It's, this all this economic development. And I just don't see that. Maybe that was something that was really true many years ago, but I just don't see it and I don't feel it either. Yeah, just my experience.
No, you make a good point. I don't disagree with you. There needs to be an expedited process, and maybe, just maybe, under Mayor O'Connor, with the permitting being fast-tracked and being changed, that something will come about with that. And, the people talk about all the time, well, we don't want our, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it now. People don't want it's kind of like they resist their neighborhoods being made nice at times. Well, we have to have so much more affordable housing here and there. What's wrong with making a place nice? What's wrong with people renting out nice places? It's like they don't want that. Bruce is in Greensburg. Hi, Bruce.
Hello, how are you?
Great.
I am calling, this whole DHS funding is being held up because of the ICE, and they want the agents to not wear masks.
Correct.
Here's a solution. ICE won't wear masks, and the protesters aren't allowed to wear masks.
Yeah, I've said that before. I'm all for ICE having mandated body cams, but as soon as the protesters stop doxing them, then they'll stop wearing masks. And there's nowhere legally they need to not do that. It's absurd. It's absurd that lines at the airports are now 2.5 hours. It's absurd that's what's happening. It's absurd that now it's become a security issue. It's ridiculous. Anyway, I feel lucky. I was in a venerable venue, and I was there for some great moments. And now it's going to be no more. I'll tell you about that in just a little bit before we get out of here. I tell you right now that Margot's going to tell you about traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways not looking much better. As this rush hour continues, the Parkway East outbound, that congestion's going to start around the Oakland on-ramp as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West inbound still looking a bit of brake lights around the 79 interchange and a little further down right before the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And on the outbound side of the Parkway West, lanes jam around 2nd Avenue and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel up towards Carnegie. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now, 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management, along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
SchleidDeckCompany.com. It is officially deck building season.
Nobody builds decks better than us. It's time to get on our schedule. We're doing a guaranteed spring install.
And I'm getting a brand new fence for my dogs.
You better, man. Protect those loved ones.
And if you got rusty old railings, Schlei does railings.
You know that. Get rid of those rusty old railings and visit our website, shly.company.com. That's schly.company.com. Don't forget the Bubba Bucks. $500 off if you mention Bubba Bucks.
412-515-6575.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability. The 2026 Hyundai Kona SE all-wheel drive. Lease it now for only $229 per month. Only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Talk about timing. I just got a new puppy, and I just discovered Rough Greens. Now, when you think about it, dog food is dead food. Traditional dog food, shelf-stable for years because it's lifeless. Rough Greens is an additive that brings the nutrition back. Packed with life vitamins, minerals, probiotics, digestive enzymes, and omega oils. Behind that, Dr. Dennis Black. What a background. Dr. Black is a 40-year cancer survivor and has been helping humans and their pets for over 25 years. So why not start right from the beginning? Just add Rough Greens to your dog's diet, and they're offering you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Use discount code KDKA to claim your free Jumpstart trial bag at roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Again, use promo code KDKA. Don't change your dog's food. Just add Rough Greens and watch the health benefits come alive.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Paul has you covered. Goldberg, Persky, White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. A look ahead what's happening top of the hour. Hi, Paul.
Colin, good evening. Pittsburgh's Republican Committee is asking the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board to investigate the Allegheny County Solicitor. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh.
100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so Fitzgerald Fieldhouse is going to be no more. Now, a lot of people, and rightly so, when they think of Fitzgerald Fieldhouse, they think of this.
Home picked off by Miller. Goes ahead. Lane's on the other wing. He finds
Yeah! Send it in, Jerome! He joins Darryl Dawkins,
Lucius Jackson,
amongst others.
One of the all-time great moments in college basketball in Pittsburgh sports history, one of the all-time memorable clips, right? Now, that was January 25th, 1988 against Providence. I was a ball boy. Like when the players fell, like we wiped up the sweat, and we were young kids that worked like for the team. But I was on the other hoop, so I was 94 feet away. That, for 1 second, was the loudest play at Fitzgerald. A year later, though, just about a year later, that was the single most incredible moment at Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. The singular moment. Of course, the guy broke the backboard, and it was Jerome Lane, who was like a man-child. But about a year later, and it doesn't get talked about enough, Oklahoma came in. They were number 3. Billy Tubbs coached them. They had Mookie Blaylock. They had Stacey King. They had Skeeter Henry and those guys. The sustained noise that day, and it was an afternoon game, the sustained noise that day when Pitt beat them was the loudest basketball game that I remember for the longest amount of time. Like the Lane dunk was incredible in the moment. That game against Oklahoma was like a rock concert the whole way through. People were going nuts. Brian Shorter had 37 points. Mookie Blaylock had 37 points. He had like 25 in the first half. He was incredible. But I'll never forget, and it doesn't get talked about enough, when Pitt beat number 3 Oklahoma. And there's a picture from the very end of that game. Every single person is standing in the last 10 seconds of that game except the Oklahoma bench. They're all sitting down. They're the only people in Fitzgerald Fieldhouse sitting down. Anyway, what a great place. What a great building, if you remember old school stuff like that. R.I.P. Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The major roadways are still looking backed up on the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and a few more delays backing up the Parkway West inbound around the 79 interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Hey, this is Lisa. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. Blind shades, shutters, and draperies are my passion. Call me 724-933-5500, nestexpressions.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through Japan and South Korea with AAA, April 3rd through the 12th, 2027. Sail 9 incredible nights aboard the boutique luxury ship Azamara Pursuit. Enjoy immersive overnights and extended time in port. Experience samurai towns, bonsai gardens, and incredible cuisine. Relax with fine dining, premium beverages, and shipboard gratuities included. Club veranda staterooms start at $4,569 per person, double occupancy. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Food insecurity is still a reality in our community. 1 in 8 neighbors struggles to put food on the table, and many are seniors. That's why MediConnect is partnering with KDKA Radio to help feed the need right here in our community. MediConnect also helps seniors understand their Medicare options. If you're turning 65 or reviewing coverage, their local experts provide trusted one-on-one guidance at no cost. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Insurance.com. Love them.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 33 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. The head of Pittsburgh's Republican Committee wants the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board to investigate the Allegheny County Solicitor. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Bolorado.
The complaint filed with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel asks the board to investigate if County Solicitor Rosalind Guy McCorkle fulfilled her professional and ethical obligations with County Counsel prior to its vote last week on an ordinance prohibiting county employees from working with ICE. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says the solicitor had a duty to provide clear legal guidance regarding potential conflicts between the ordinance and federal law, not to mention the danger to whistleblower protections.
I don't think government employees should have to work under the threat of termination because they had a moral or ethical obligation to report something to the federal government.
He's hoping the complaint will determine if further investigation is warranted. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Police are searching for a suspect after a man was shot multiple times in a home invasion last night in Verona. It happened after 10 o'clock in the 500 block of Vogel's Lane. The victim was taken to a hospital in stable condition. Police say it was a targeted shooting. Updating a story from last week, Allegheny County Police have now filed criminal homicide charges against a Penn Hills woman in the death of her child. Police say after consulting with the medical examiner's office, the new charges were filed against Lagamayo Malu in the death of her 3-year-old son. The child's father, Adam Chirico, was also charged last week with child endangerment. The parents of a child who was found dead last year have been charged now with third-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and other crimes. State police say Michael Blaster and Ashley McCarskey appeared to be intoxicated when police tried to talk to them last year after the 15-month-old child was found unresponsive in deplorable conditions. Police say the baby and another child had drugs in their system. Blaster and McCarskey are being held in the Westmoreland County Jail. Bond has been set at $1 million. A McCandless synagogue is beefing up security with new funding aimed at keeping worshipers safe. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has those details.
Temple Ohav Shalom in McCandless is receiving $25,000 from the nonprofit Security Grant Fund to improve security at the synagogue. State Representative Arvin Venkat tells KDKA Radio the funding will help members worship safely and protect against threats targeting houses of worship.
This funding is obviously for the benefit of Temple Ohav Shalom, but the program as a whole is a larger expression of how we protect nonprofits and especially religious worship in our Commonwealth.
Representative Venkat says the grant program has provided millions to faith-based and nonprofit groups across Pennsylvania. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 387 points, the Nasdaq up 268, the S&P 500 up 67 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Penguins road trip continues tonight with a stop in Colorado. They'll take on the Avalanche at 9:30. Good news for the Penguins. Evgeny Malkin will be back in action. He has already served his 5-game suspension. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Right now, snow and 33 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic, could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, 6:05 on a manic Monday with your Pratt Pack. Here we go again from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot Renzel. Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. Getting a report for an accident on the Turnpike that's moving eastbound right after the 79 split. It says the left lane is blocked, so expect delays. The other major roadways are still looking at a few brake lights on the Parkway East outbound. That's from the Oakland on-ramp as you head out of the city. And still looking at a bit of congestion as you move on 579 southbound towards the Liberty Bridge and Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow this evening accumulating up to an inch or two, and that'll lead to some slippery travel conditions. Windy and much colder down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow, a couple of snow showers, high 28. Not as cold Wednesday up to 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A Social Security update. 70 million Americans collect Social Security benefits today, and millions more will join soon. Now, a new study finds 70% of Americans don't get the full benefits they deserve. but recipients can use simple strategies to boost Social Security benefits by as much as $188,000 over a lifetime. Social Security expert Michael Allen says it's true and reveals 5 key strategies to increase your benefits. It's all in his free special report. Newsmax calls the report your best guide for bigger Social Security benefits. Whether you're getting benefits or soon will, you need the Social Security report. Get it free. Call 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. We'll text it to you right away, along with President Trump's act cutting your Social Security taxes. Call now, 800-999-9690. 800-999-9690. Text and data rates may apply.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so we go from the 70s to right now, just above freezing with snow coming down in western Pennsylvania, but your Pratt Pack is here, so I'll heat things up because sparks will be flying out of your Alexis or your radio or maybe online, however you're watching us or listening to us tonight, because I've got some hot takes that you're going to want to stick around for. Let's begin by talking about officials in Cuba. They reported an island-wide blackout happened today in the country of some 11 million people as its energy and economic crisis deepens. Cuba has blamed its woes on a U.S. energy blockade after Donald Trump in January warned of tariffs on any country that sells or provides oil to people like Russia. Hear, hear. The gang's all here. We've been warning you, Cuba, to clean up your act. So the big picture is this, and tonight this show is simply going to ask you, where do you stand now that the line in the sand has been drawn? The war in Iran. And look, you have the right to disagree with me and why I believe it needs to be unconditional surrender by the Iranian regime for Team USA and Team Israel. But you have that right because you live in the most powerful free nation in the world. You have a chance to actually make a difference. When you wake up every day, there's more opportunity, something that the Iranian people have never had, right? And we are fighting for their freedom as much as we are the tyranny of removing that supreme leader who is the son of the other guy that we had removed. Even he now, stories are circulating, didn't have faith in his son to be able to lead the country. Talk about not a chip off the old block, right? But Cuba, Venezuela, evildoers in their government, treating their people horribly. I mean, in Cuba, they are driving around in automobiles circa 1955. And it's not a car cruise. It's what they do to get from point A to point B. And if you're running out that quickly, what does that tell me and you? You have been hoarding a whole lot for yourself, the leadership, and leaving the people in Cuba to suffer and starve, and that's what they're doing right now. You see, what the president is trying to do is to make the people of Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran, but I think they've already figured it out, that you'd have a much better opportunity not just to survive, but thrive by starting a democracy of your own. Look, we don't want to run these countries, but we do want some of the things that they can make available to us in this so-called global economy that was supposed to be a good deal for both sides when NAFTA came in during the Clinton administration. But we all know how that went. He's just trying to reset the bar, but more importantly, giving people in Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran an opportunity to have what we have every day, more opportunity. So, USA, USA, all the way. Man, we've got so much stuff to get to tonight. You know, I got to tell you, I can't wait to have an opportunity to talk to you tonight because we have found ourselves in a situation that makes no sense whatsoever, where I've seen such great divide. Look, I'm not going to mention anyone or any entity, but I've been following this story morning, noon, and night since the first bombs were dropped, okay? And I don't know about you, but some of the talking heads that represent some of the biggest brands in this world seem to be on the side of Iran, okay? I'm on Team USA side. I'm on the side of righteousness. I'm on the side of the red, white, and blue, the field of stars and stripes, and more importantly, the men and women of our military. Look, you can support the men and women of the military. You can support the USA, but you shouldn't have any qualms whatsoever about what the president is trying to do in the big picture. He literally is trying to free people from tyranny. You see, we're able to protest, we're able to point fingers, throw things, scream, shout, and jump up and down for the whole world to see us or to get something that goes viral on social media because we live in the USA. We have the most powerful free nation in the world and an opportunity to express our views every day, even if they may not be the same views of the current leadership and the president, the most powerful office in the land, because that's what people have fought and died for. That's who we are. When the Revolutionary War went bye-bye and we were victorious, Mr. George Washington said, I don't want to be King George. We saw how that ran. We don't want to be under someone's thumb. We want to be able to think for ourselves and do things creative and make it happen on our own, because if we put the time in, the benefits will be here. But what we have done in this nation, we have depended on the government helping us as opposed to going out and plowing new fields every day and planting and reaping the harvest. I promise you this, if Iran gets an opportunity to live in a democracy, Cuba and Iran, along with Venezuela, all have an opportunity because of that oil. Some 17 trillion, they say, in Venezuela, and we know how much there is in Iran, and it gets to be dispersed and distributed equally across the board for the citizens of those countries. Watch what they do with the opportunity. I'm wondering, though, what we will do with the opportunity. All I know, competitive spirit is what it's all about. And at one time, nobody was more competitive than the immigrants who came through Ellis Island or the people that were born in poverty in the United States of America. All they simply said was, give me an opportunity and I will do the rest. Well, guess what? You're going to get an opportunity very soon, America. And the Team USA that I believe in should be wanting to get to the finish line, but you're going to have stiff competition from the people in Venezuela, the people in Cuba, and yes, the people who've been starving every day for an opportunity for centuries in Iran. Look, it's going to be full speed ahead. I surely hope we are prepared for the long haul, because it's going to be a race in meds, eds, technology, manufacturing, and more. Because all anybody ever really wanted when they came to this country 100 years ago, just an opportunity. And the people in Iran and Cuba and Venezuela are chomping at the bit just the same. So guess what? We can either work together, make it one big global economy, rebuild our country, help those in other situations who have had far less and have less opportunity and less science and technology and engineering and manufacturing, give them the opportunity that we're already light years ahead of them, and we need to improve this country in a big way. Not yesterday, maybe actually today, tomorrow, and the future. It should be constant on our mind, because we're never going to get an opportunity like this again. And energy is the big ticket item, whether it be oil or natural gas, and we have both in abundance, especially natural gas. So simply shout Team USA. Let's work together and help others and make it a better place for this planet Earth. We can make it happen. We just have to believe in it. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. And now you can go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantaccess@KDKRadio.com. 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Still looking at an accident on the Turnpike as you move eastbound right off of 79. That is causing some delays in the left lane. Also, getting a report for an accident on 79 southbound. That's south of the 279 split as you move towards the S-curves. And the other major roadways are still just looking at a few delays on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Start to shake off winter and get a fresh start in a fresh new ride from Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability. The 2026 Hyundai Kona SE all-wheel drive. Lease it now for only $229 per month. Only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year, with $2,999 due at signing, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, thank you very much. Was that county council vote not to cooperate with ICE on the up and up? The GOP says no. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, right here on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Bank of America admitting no wrongdoing, but agreeing in principle to settle a proposed class action lawsuit on behalf of victims of Jeffrey Epstein, who accused that bank of aiding in his sex trafficking operations. No terms have been disclosed, and it still needs to get the approval of a judge. Wall Street saw stocks shoot higher today in oil and lower on hopes that oil tanker passage through the important Strait of Hormuz off Iran is getting better. All the major averages seeing gains of around 1%. The Dow today up 388 points. The Nasdaq up 269. The S&P added 67. And oil 5% lower, closed at $93.50 a barrel. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk is looking to disrupt another industry. His artificial intelligence company XAI is now looking to hire Wall Street bankers, portfolio managers, stock traders, credit analysts, and private credit lenders. That's to make its Grok chatbot better at finance and wealth management. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
I mean, come on. You got to love Elon Musk, right? Does this guy ever take a day off? He's always moving and doing something, right? I'm telling you, my grandkids and great-grandchildren are going to be reading about Elon Musk as I grew up reading about Henry Ford, the Rockefellers, Howard Hughes. It's phenomenal what this guy's done. All right, look, 1 in 8 people, including 1 in 5 children in our region, are food insecure. Your donation today doesn't just help. It multiplies into meals for families right here in our community. Our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon is happening Tuesday, March 24th, but you can support your neighbors now at kdkradio.com or by texting NEED to 50155, 50155. Has your family been impacted by food insecurity in the past? Call the Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon voicemail line at 412-588-6858. That's 412-588-6858, and share how a local food bank has helped you or your family. Your message will be featured on the air to show the real impact food banks have in our community. All right, now, what else do I want to talk about? I saw this earlier today. Fox News, NBC, CBS, ABC, everyone, CNN, White House Chief of Staff Susan Wiles shared that she was diagnosed with breast cancer last week, adding she was in very good frame of mind right now. Her prognosis is good, and she's continuing her duties while undergoing treatment with support from the president, who was singing her praises, and rightfully so. But again, thoughts and prayers to her. And look, I don't think there's anybody listening or watching this stream right now that hasn't been connected to some form of cancer in their lifetime. If you live long enough, more chances are not you could be affected by it, or somebody in your family. I lost my father to lung cancer. I've had many of my female friends who have suffered from breast cancer. I've had survivors, and I've had those who haven't survived and have been affiliated with that great brand that is AHN. And, you know, when we were doing Medical Frontiers, or I was doing television with them for decades, it seems as though breast cancer was just something that always came up in the conversation. Mammograms are extremely important. That's all about preventative medicine. But again, to anybody who's suffering from any type of cancer, just know that we are all with you. And it's just, it's a horrific battle, and it spares no one. You know, I had a friend from Ohio who was diagnosed many, many years ago, back in the 90s, and she went into remission, and then 25 years later went back and she lost her battle. Just a courageous woman. I think about her often whenever the breast cancer diagnosis or comes up in some sort of newscast or conversation. And it's a very, very rough road to hoe. And I just hope and pray that we continue to get research and obviously medicine and treatment to help people get cured, but more importantly, find why in the world this happens at such an alarming rate. And I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older, but it seems like everywhere I go, it just seems like cancer isn't a topic of conversation, and it's almost a daily basis. As a matter of fact, they buried a friend of mine today, age of 77, who within the last couple of months was diagnosed with colon cancer and lost his battle. So it's a really, really tough topic. All right, some other things that I want to get to tonight, and obviously a lot of them are local. And here's one that I saw earlier today in the PG, and on the heels of a sobering announcement by the city's Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor about our finances in the city. Monday morning, the Heinz Endowment has pledged $750,000 to help complete the controversial comprehensive plan. Last week, Mr. O'Connor said further review by his administration of the city's finances show what could be up to a $40 million deficit this year, and cited overspending on contracts such as the comprehensive plan as part of the reason. Comprehensive plan, which looks into the future as far as the use of the city, and the city's $6 million price tag that drew a lot of concern from city council members when they approved the contract, and later when they said they didn't feel they were getting their money's worth from that plan. So we're going to have tomorrow night Rachel Heisler, the city controller. And look, she doesn't need me to pat her on the back, but she's been with me on a regular basis over the last year plus. And the majority of the time that she has dropped by to join me on the radio, she has come out and said, we have a problem. We need to fix it. There's a deficit, and we are being shortchanged. We're not getting the truth. We're not getting the right information, and there needs to be a closer look. And then Corey gets in office, and he wastes little time, and he comes out swinging. And the Heinz Endowment, listen, such a fan of the Heinz Endowment, and of course the late Senator Heinz and his wife Teresa Heinz, actually knew them, spent time with them, and they were all about paying it forward. And when you look at some of the names of the so-called glory days when Wall Street truly was kind of like what Grand Street is today, it's our hub. It's that place where all of this stuff happens in Pittsburgh and for the county and surrounding areas. But back in the day, Grand Street was Wall Street, and a lot of that money has been used to help the cultural district and help healthcare, and they have paid it forward long after many of these people are not even here, people like Elsie Hillman and others. So we should just really think about how fortunate we are to live in the Pittsburgh community and the surrounding counties that we call home. And it seems as though that they're starting to realize that they can make it better and do good things. And you got to be excited about the forward thinking of the mayor and what Rachel's been saying for the longest time. So we'll get her thoughts tomorrow night on some of this latest news concerning the city's finances and how they seem to be heading in a much better direction. So Rachel Heisler tomorrow night with me after local news at 8. Speaking of news, Paul's got it next, and we'll be right back with more for a Monday night. Your Pratt Pack KDKA.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 31 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? TrustPJ.com. A call for the State Disciplinary Board to investigate the Allegheny County Solicitor over Council's vote last week on an anti-ice ordinance. Pittsburgh GOP Chair Todd McCollum filed the complaint requesting the Office of Disciplinary Counsel look into if Solicitor Rosalind Guy McCorkle fulfilled her professional obligations in advising counsel over the measure, which McCollum feels violates the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. He says it also strips employees of Pennsylvania's whistleblower protections.
So she either failed to give ample information, sound information, or it was ignored by the county executive and county council.
McCollum says determining the answer to that question is up to the higher agency. The Heinz Endowment is providing $750,000 to help finish the city's comprehensive plan. This Radio KDK's David Bottlerado has more.
The comp plan, PGH 2050, has been seeking community input in various ways to work on a master plan for the city, looking at a range of topics like housing and economic development. It began during the Gainey administration at a cost of about $6 million. Councilman Anthony Coghill felt that was too much. Now, with the $750,000 from the Heinz endowments, he says the work can be completed.
There has been a lot of good information collected from that, from what I understand from the new planner, Yvette. So she has laid her eyes on all the information and everything that was gathered from the $4 million that we already spent, and she feels like that will be very useful.
He says the $750,000 grant means money allocated for the comp plan can now go to other costs instead. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Hollywood rolled out the red carpet Sunday for the 98th Academy Awards, celebrating the night's biggest winners. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has a recap.
Michael B. Jordan.
The first-time Oscar nominee received a standing ovation after winning Best Actor for playing twin brothers in Ryan Coogler's vampire horror Sinners.
I stand here because of the people that came before me, and to be amongst those giants, amongst those greats, amongst my ancestors, amongst my guys. Thank you, everybody in this room.
The night's biggest winner, one battle after another, took home 6 Oscars, with Paul Thomas Anderson accepting Best Picture.
I really blew it when I won a Best Director award, and I forgot to thank my cast. With Leo, Benicio, Tiana, Sean, Regina, and especially Chase, my American girl, Chase.
Sinners director Ryan Coogler took home Best Original Screenplay. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 387 points, the Nasdaq up 268, the S&P 500 up 67 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Big night for the Penguins. They will be in Colorado to take on the Avalanche. They get Evgeny Malkin back after his 5-game suspension. Puck drop at 9:30. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm Paul Alexander, and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by LendSeek.
NVIDIA and Texas Instruments are partnering on new technologies to assist in the development of humanoid robots. Texas Instruments has real-time control, sensing, and power portfolio tools. NVIDIA added that the safe operation of humanoid robots requires a massive leap in processing power to synchronize complex AI models with real-time sensor data and motor controls. I'm Jason Brooks.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. And one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
635 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right. Thanks, Rob. Taking a look at those major roadways, still seeing a bit of congestion on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Nothing to hang you up for too long. However, still looking at an accident on 79 southbound, a little bit south of the 279 split. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and much colder tonight. Some snow during the evening, accumulating an inch or two. And we'll have some low visibility and slippery spots down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow. A couple of snow showers, I-28. Not as cold Wednesday, mostly cloudy, I-38. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This report brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Pump up the volume. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We'll celebrate St. Patrick's Day and find out how an Irish immigrant came to the Burgh and why he made the choice.
Haven't been able to win your tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean yet? Well, we've got you covered. Stop out at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville from 3 to 4 p.m. on Wednesday, March 18th. That's days away. Details at y108.com. Yeah, it's going to be a big night. All right, Paul's going to be here in a couple of minutes with some draft tidbits, and that's all anybody's talking about. You know, when I think of these numbers and the people that are going to be coming to Pittsburgh, it's like absolutely staggering. Just staggering. By the way, the AAA East Central Talking Travel Show, we were at the Home and Garden Show, and you may want to go to AAA.com/radio because those folks have found some hotel space, and they put together a trip for those of you who would like to be in the epicenter when it comes to the NFL draft. They're actually going to even shuttle people in from places like Cranberry. So if you want to find out more about what AAA is doing with the draft, go to AAA.com/radio. And we'll be back on the air this weekend. And if it isn't sold out, which I would be shocked, we'll be talking about it again in the 11 o'clock hour. Margot's going to be here in about an hour. We're going to spend some time looking back at the Academy Awards last night. I got to tell you, I was channel surfing. It's hard for me to lock in anything that long. But, you know, as a kid growing up, that was a special night in my house. You know, everybody would kind of get dressed up. My mom would make all these, like, fancy schmancy, as she used to call them, snacks. And, you know, we'd drink some ginger ale and put a cherry or two in it like we were having adult beverages. And we would hang out. And we'd watch. And, man, I got to tell you, up until her death back in the year 2005, my mom always loved the Academy Awards. And, you know, we'd be chit-chatting on the phone, watching them and who the winners were. And my mom was into style and fashion, the red carpet, and who was wearing what, this and that. And I got to tell you, my mom, if she were alive today, she never missed me on the radio. She's the only family member that actually has listened to me on the radio. My kids, God bless them, could care less, right? But I will say this, if my mom were alive today and E! Entertainment, which starts like at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my mother would have said, don't anybody bother me. Don't try to find me. Don't even come over and visit if you want to talk. She'd have been planted in front of that TV watching all the glitz and glamour. You know, my mom, when we were growing up, actually had a song published, was an actress. She starred in a lot of things, including some of the things that we did locally back home with some of her lady friends. She really had a great voice. She could dance. She was pretty cool. Looked like the spitting image of Elizabeth Taylor. And if you all know Elizabeth Taylor, who she was, you'll have an idea of what my mom looked like. But my mother used to get these movie magazines, and all of them, and we all knew what was going on in Hollywood and who, what, when, where, why, and how. And my mom, you know, at 20, ended up marrying my dad, who she loved since she was like 13 years old, and he was 22, and they had 6 kids by the time she was 26, so she never really got a chance to go off to Hollywood. But she loved the Academy Awards, and as I said, if she were alive today, she would have been watching all of it, especially all the red carpet stuff. But one battle after another, it's because of Margot. I watched that movie. I had no intention whatsoever. I like Leonardo DiCaprio, but I saw some of the trailers, and I'm like, I don't see anything that really is appealing. But I got to tell you, after watching it, it was a great movie, and it deserved everything it got last night. And I was happy for Michael B. Jordan, who, to kind of compete with all the social media influencers, where did he go to celebrate? He went to the most popular fast food chain in America, In-N-Out Burger. So the times, they are a-changing. Okay, let's get some news about the upcoming draft with Paul right now.
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Rob, thank you very much. A couple places that you need to turn to get up to date with what's going on for this big extravaganza that launches on the 23rd of April. Check out NFL.com/draftXS. All adults are required to register if you want to be a part of it. You can also register as many as 5 children just to get into the event. Also, you want to experience everything that you can. You can do this all on your smartphone, and that is the way to go. And there's so much going on. Thursday, April the 23rd, it begins at high noon. It will be going strong until 10. Same thing on Friday, the 24th, 12 noon until 10 p.m. And then Saturday, the 25th, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And you better hurry and get registered because there's going to be about 700,000 or so hanging out with you. I'm Paul Alexander from the KDKA Draft Information Desk.
Okay, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Margot.
All right, thanks, Rob. The major roadways are starting to look mostly clear as you make your commute home. However, just looking at a few more delays on 79 southbound because of an accident a little ways after the 279 split, and the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Nothing that will make you hit your brake lights too much, though, thankfully. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In the darkest moments, survivors search for even the smallest light. On Thursday, April 9th, be part of something powerful. Join Center for Victims for an evening of hope, courage, and resilience, lighting candles in the darkness. Reserve your seat today, centerforvictims.org.
Hey, folks, have you seen those ads that talk about how you can own it, not owe it at CCAC? Well, it's so true. You can own an education that will get you a good job, and you won't owe a ton of money. 81% of CCAC students graduate debt-free. And if you want to go to a 4-year school, you can save thousands by spending your first 2 years at CCAC. Hey, it's time. Check out the programs and this month's scheduled open house events at ccac.edu. CCAC rocks.
What's up, gang? It's Pavel Schley with Schley Deck and Fence. Today I have 2 of my girls with me. I'm super excited to tell you that we have named 2 of our top fences after my 2 girls. The Ellie.
That's me. It's a semi-privacy, 6-foot-tall white vinyl fence.
And the Abby.
That's me. It's a 4-foot white vinyl yard fence, almost as tall as me.
Don't wait to get the outdoor space you've been dreaming about and you've been putting it off for years. You know it. Call Schley Deck and Fence. SHLY.company.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to get our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/radio.
Giant Eagle is committed to giving back to the communities it serves. The supermarket that calls Pittsburgh home has partnered with Odyssey since 2020 to provide millions of meals to those facing hunger through the Feed the Need Radiothon. Today, Giant Eagle offers numerous ways to support Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Customers shopping at Giant Eagle stores can make a donation at the register through May 20th, or donations can be made anytime by visiting KDKA-radio.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
When winter settles in, everything gets a little harder for our neighbors. Your support of Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank helps families stay warm and nourished with fresh, healthy food. Give today at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Give family a little more breathing room this winter. That's the power of you.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's KDK Radio News anchor Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, you know there's a liquor control board. Do we need a cannabis control board? Someone thinks so. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
All right, how about some business news from Bloomberg Money Minute Time with Bloomberg Radio on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The U.S. is about to build its first coal-fired plant in a decade. Texas-based Terra Energy teaming up with a South Korean partner on a new project in Alaska. Wall Street saw stocks shoot higher today and oil move lower on signs of increased tanker traffic through Iran's Strait of Hormuz, boosting hopes for more global oil supplies. The Dow today up 388, the Nasdaq up 269, the S&P added 67, all gains of around 1%. Oil 5% lower, closed at $93.50 a barrel today. Despite posting a slightly lower forecast for the year ahead, Dollar Tree stores saw shares up more than 6% today. That's because it says it's selling more higher-priced items and getting more wealthier shoppers inside its doors. And Apple with something new today, introducing the new AirPods Max 2, which have more powerful noise cancellation technology. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I was thinking about Dollar Tree today, and I'll tell you why. They took over an old Rite Aid store in Rochester, Beaver County, and I drive by quite a bit, and it's been packed since they've opened. Been into many of the Dollar Tree stores, too, and they do sell some really cool stuff. And, you know, the big picture, there's more to that than just their price as far as going up a little bit to sell high-end stuff or better stuff, if you will. But, you know, the numbers are looking pretty good, too, as you heard in that report. They could actually be one of the main reasons why people actually get back into brick and mortar and start basically going into a building, buying product, putting it into a buggy, going up to a cash register and checking out. So Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, Dollar General, these stores, I know Family Dollar's been struggling, but Dollar General and Dollar Tree could be the sole reason why people eventually actually start shopping more brick and mortar and don't do it all online. And that's kind of what separates them from great brands like Amazon and FedEx and UPS and the Postal Service, because you got to go in and get it, right? All right, couple of things. Mason Miller, Bethel Park, and, of course, David Bednar, Mars, had a really nice evening last night. Team USA, Paul Skeens did what he had to do. I think he gave up like 6 hits. So now they await the winner of Italy and Venezuela. But that Dominican Republic lineup, that may be the toughest lineup Paul Skeens ever faces in his lifetime, and he looked really good. And, you know, the thing that blows me away, what is he, like 22 years of age? They're only entering his, like, second full Major League season. Incredible. But I'm glad he's okay. Get back to Pittsburgh and get ready to open up against the Mets after you spend a little bit more time under the palm trees down there in Bradenton. Man, it really is exciting. But I've said before, and I'll say it again, these kind of glorified all-star games, if you will, not just there, but in like the Olympics with the NHL and that, and that's the reason, you know, Crosby's still down. Thank goodness Malcolm's coming back tonight, but we need Sidney to get healthy too. Kind of a sports note, but a sad note, but a joyous occasion, because people had a chance to pay tribute to him today. You know, I kept waiting for the Lou Holtz stuff to kind of die down. And you all know I've known Lou and his family for a long time and connected to the community that he really calls home. Even though he was born in Fallensby, he spent the majority of his life in East Liverpool. Well, the Dawson Funeral Home from East Liverpool went to the Basilica of Sacred Heart today, South Bend, where they had the funeral mass for Lou Holtz. And I was watching some of the coverage earlier today. WSB-TV covered it in its entirety. That's how much this guy meant to South Bend. They covered the entire 1 hour plus ceremony on television today, and the place was packed. I mean, packed to the rafters. Incredible just ceremony, lots of well wishes. But, you know, just thinking about Lou today, obviously, because this is the massive Christian burial, and this is where that celebration now will be put to rest for eternity, and he'll be lying next to his wife and his dear friend. They're all going to be there at Notre Dame. Regis Philbin, who for many years starred Regis and Kathy Lee live, and obviously that show's still on the air today. But Regis and Lou were just dear friends, and Regis went to Notre Dame, had such a love for Notre Dame, and, you know, the 10 years that Lou spent there, he will now go down in history as probably one of the greatest figureheads to ever come out of there, because he's the coach, the last one that won the national championship. But it's just overwhelming. You know, his son Skip, obviously a football coach in his own right, and he has other children too. But all the different stories that I've heard, and Urban Meyer, who is one of his assistants, talking a lot about him of late. The guy touched so many lives. Barry Alvarez from nearby Burgettstown, who was an assistant, actually the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame when they won the national championship in 1988. And probably his closest friend on the planet, Frank Dawson, who passed away just months prior to Lou dying. A couple of years older, but they've been friends since they were young men in East Liverpool, and pretty much organized and did so many things together. And it gives me one more opportunity to remind you, if you are a fan of Lou Holtz, college football, this region, and you want to kind of get a flavor of that, One of the things that Frank and Lou did in recent years, Upper Ohio Valley Lou Holtz Hall of Fame, they acquired an old bank building, put a museum in there, all sorts of memorabilia. Then they started the Hall of Fame ceremonies, in which I was a part of for many, many years. And you've got, people like Jerome Bettis in there, people like Regis Philbin in there, the late Dean Martin in there. A lot of people, a lot of athletes, many you would not know, but it really is a cool place, and it has so much of Lou's treasured items throughout his coaching career and obviously his childhood, and they do a lot of history as far as connected to East Liverpool as well, too. So if you want to experience it, they never charge. Get down there and check it out. I think you'll absolutely love it. And if you just want to go to Upper Ohio Valley Lou Holtz Hall of Fame, Google it. You'll be able to find out the hours and all that good stuff. But an overwhelming scene today. And when a local television station carries the entire Mass of Christian Burial over an hour, you know that you affected people in a big way. And I can tell you this personally. Lou Holtz not only affected me, but so many other people. And again, I just knew him as Coach Holtz or Lou, and he was a guy from East Liverpool, and I know he coached Notre Dame, and I know he won a national championship, and I know he coached at other places. But, he was just one of us. But in the days since his death, all of these tributes and just from everybody. I mean, former president, the current president, people from the corporate world, obviously athletes, people from various teams, coaches who spent time with him like Urban Meyer and others. The guy touched so many lives. And I know he lived to be 90, but, he hasn't coached in forever, hasn't been on, national television in a long time, worked with Pitt grad Mark May. They did great stuff together on that ESPN platform. But it's amazing how many people in one form or another either met him, took that picture, or knew him, or basically modeled their life after him, not so much of what he did on the football field, but as an individual. And just some of the stories of his tough nature but big heart, and how, it was more about coaching, young men to help them after football. And one of the recent interviews that he had, he talked about, they all praise me now, but they didn't like me when I was their coach. So rest well, Coach. We will miss you, but now back with your wife and obviously your dear friend Frank Dawson. Your memory, not just in East Liverpool, but throughout the country and many places around the world, will live on for an eternity. But it was a very moving Mass of Christian Burial today at the Basilica at Sacred Heart, South Bend, Indiana. All right, news coming up, then we're going to get going on a Monday night. Stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack KDKA.
We're only 38 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. The head of Pittsburgh's Republican Committee wants the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board to investigate the Allegheny County Solicitor. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The complaint filed with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel asks the board to investigate if County Solicitor Rosalind Guy McCorkle fulfilled her professional and ethical obligations with County Counsel prior to its vote last week on an ordinance prohibiting county employees from working with ICE. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says the solicitor had a duty to provide clear legal guidance regarding potential conflicts between the ordinance and federal law, not to mention the danger to whistleblower protections.
I don't think government employees should have to work under the threat of termination because they had a moral or ethical obligation to report something to the federal government.
He's hoping the complaint will determine if further investigation is warranted. David Colorado, News Radio, KDKA.
Updating a story from last week, Allegheny County Police have now filed criminal homicide charges against the Penn Hills woman and the death of her child. Police say after consulting with the medical examiner's office, the new charges were filed against Lagamayu Malu and the death of their 3-year-old son. The child's father, Adam Chirico, was also charged last week with child endangerment. The parents of a child who was found dead last year have been charged now with third-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and other crimes. State police say Michael Blaster and Ashley McCarskey appeared to be intoxicated when police tried to talk to them last year after the 15-month-old child was found unresponsive in deplorable conditions. Police say the baby and another child both had drugs in their system. Blaster and McCarskey are being held in the Westmoreland County Jail. Bond set at $1 million. Several people are facing charges after a protest honoring a 13-year-old boy killed in a crash turned tense Sunday in West Mifflin. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Dozens gathered along Kennywood Boulevard to honor 13-year-old Terrell Byers Jr., who was struck and killed in December. West Mifflin police say the protests escalated when demonstrators blocked traffic along Route 837 and refused orders to leave the roadway. Police say pepper spray was used to disperse the crowd and that one officer was injured. Authorities say multiple people were arrested, including the boy's father. Byers' mom, Naomi White, says the protest was meant to demand answers and push for safety changes along the road where her son lost his life. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
An amendment today to a bipartisan bill to create a Pennsylvania Cannabis Control Board. The bill was amended in committee today to mirror federal hemp standards. Those changes would make the sale of most over-the-counter Delta 8 and Delta 10 products against federal law. The bill's sponsor, Erie Republican Dan Laughlin, says it's important to mirror the federal legislation to close loopholes that allow intoxicating hemp products to flood the marketplace. Those federal standards are set to go into effect in November. An online pharmacy business is expanding its office space along the Parkway West. Blink Health offers drugs at more affordable prices. The pharmacy benefit managers. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports Blink is adding 37,000 square foot of office space in a Building 5 at Robinson Ridge. They'll also be bringing 150 new jobs. KDKA Sports, Penguins in action tonight. They're on the road. It's been an extended road trip. They'll be taking on the Colorado Avalanche. Puck drop at 9:30. The good news, Evgeny Malkin will be back in action. He has already served his 5-game suspension. KDK Radio News Time is 7:03. Right now, snow and 30 degrees in Pittsburgh. Our next update at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Folks, John Perry is a good friend and a great lawyer. One of the best lawyers. His record of verdicts and settlements proves this. His team, superstars, also amazing. Mike Calder, his partner, and his sons, Alex and Trevor. Let me tell you this. They're feared by doctors and insurance companies. They have doctors on staff. Perry Calder Law. caringlawyers.com, 412-281-4200. I challenge you to go to the webpage and check out the mind-blowing verdicts.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow this evening accumulating up to an inch or two, and that'll lead to some slippery travel conditions. Windy and much colder down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow, a couple of snow showers, high 28. Not as cold Wednesday up to 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
CBS Evening News leading with this mega storm, and we've been talking about the crazy weather. And right now, if you haven't looked outside, I mean, it looks like it's the middle of December. I mean, snow is really coming down, and we were just 70 degrees plus about 24 hours ago, right? So you never know what you're going to get. So we'll continue to follow that story throughout the night with AccuWeather and the National Weather Service if need be. Hopefully just a dusting and it will go away. I've had about my fill of snow. I don't know about you, but I'm done with it, right? All right, I want to, the Post-Gazette moments ago on that app, I just saw the story and I want to kind of begin with it because it kind of ties into everything that we're talking about, even in the war in Iran, and I'll explain in a moment. Allegheny County will soon face a lawsuit from a small agency within its own ranks. This according to the Post-Gazette. The Board of Property Assessment Appeals and Reviews plans to sue the county within the next month. Board Chair Michael Sully said the 6-member county board unanimously voted in favor of a lawsuit during a closed-door meeting last week. At issue is the independence of the board, which handles thousands of assessment appeals filed each year by property owners and the taxing bodies such as the city and county and school districts when they believe property is over or undervalued, meaning taxes are too high or too low. Don't you understand? We're getting to the end, meaning the finish line, to where we will have no more magic to pull out of our hat. I mean, we have got to the point where there is no room, nothing left. The shelves, cupboards are bare. You know, I heard that during the Bloomberg Money Minute report about a coal-fired plant in Texas because of a thing going on with Alaska. Thank goodness somebody is finally realizing that coal is good energy, clean burning energy. It's what made us who we are today, going back to Henry Clay Frick. When are you going to realize that the only way to get back to fiscal sanity and get out of insanity is by making and building and creating? Look, all of the lovey-dovey things that we have fallen in love with since that dot-com era in the early 90s, following 10 years of everything happening in Silicon Valley, if you don't have people working and they can't buy groceries or put a roof over their head, they're not going out to get the latest iPhone or laptop. Why do you think so many of these companies and people like Bill Gates, who has since retired from Microsoft, but he's talking energy and nuclear power, and actually was thinking of building a nuclear power plant in nearby West Virginia until that was shelved. And he has said that we need to rewire the entire country from coast to coast within the next 50 years, or the lights will go out. What did we lead with just an hour ago? Cuba is on fumes right now, blaming it on a blockade of the president. No, he's simply saying, look, why should you be in the light all the time when we're in the dark? And you're not doing any good for the people of your country. As I said earlier, they're driving around in automobiles that really were on the showroom floor of your Chevy and Ford dealer in 1955. You know, we have a massive financial issue in this country. But right here in my beloved Allegheny County that I have spent as much time in as I have Beaver County, Allegheny County is the heartbeat. It's the whole thing that makes the thing move, that is the Western Pennsylvania place that we call home, the tri-state, if you will, panhandle of West Virginia, Eastern Ohio, far as Maryland. It really is the epicenter because it feeds from the city of Pittsburgh. And, you know, I'm so glad that it didn't happen, but people were always saying, well, the two places should merge. They should be one entity. No, they should not. Pittsburgh should stand alone and be the corporate city that it once was, and once the proud home of that corporation known as Gulf Oil, which hopefully is going to have a chance to reclaim what was taken from them in Venezuela. And people like Mellon Bank and U.S. Steel. We dominated. We had so many Fortune 500 companies, and now we have a behemoth just downriver in Beaver County, Royal Dutch Shell of the Netherlands. They specialize in oil and gas, My goodness, get them on the phone. Get the logo up on one of those skyscrapers in downtown Pittsburgh. Let the Nippon U.S. Steel deal get going, and Nippon will bring that world headquarters from the U.S. of A. in Houston to Pittsburgh. Let's get back to making things in America. Let's start producing and generating. I'm telling you, the building trades, carpenters, electricians, and plumbers, if you see any of them or you are one of them, thank you. Or you should thank them, because they're the only paychecks that have kept Main Street America and the lights burning for the last 40 years. Without the building trades, there'd be no manufacturing, no generational wealth, and no one actually teaching a trade that gets passed on in many cases to the next generation. I mean, who do you think builds all the things that we look at and love around here? Those skyscrapers in downtown Pittsburgh. When that U.S. Steel tower went up, it was the building trades. This Nippon U.S. Steel deal, all of the hundreds of millions coming our way, the building trades. USW, the carpenters, the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, electricians, boilermakers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, heavy equipment operators, all the men and women of the building trades. So let's let them go to work, put their hard hats on, and do what I've seen them do firsthand, build this pristine cracker plant that took years and brought billions to our region. There's not anything you can click on the internet. There's not an app that you can discover that's going to maybe give one person billions, but it's not going to spread the wealth. But when you build a factory through sweat equity and the building trades, and you put a union company in there in steel or coal, that money is going to circulate, hand to hand, cash flow into the streets, giving us an opportunity to keep the grocery store, to keep the bank, and more importantly, help our school district. I see a lot of exciting things happening right now with that mayor, Corey O'Connor, and others. Rachel Heisler here tomorrow night. Don't miss her, talking about the financial situation that she had courage to say, look, we have a problem, a massive problem, and now the mayor's not waiting to pass the buck or skating around it. He's hit it head on. And I don't want to hear progressive or conservative or liberal. I just want to hear America. I want to hear this region. I want to see us do things that I saw my grandparents and my parents do. They got up and worked hard every day at home on the job, but they were proud of what they did. They took pride in those companies that they worked with. They were happy to see a little dirt on the work clothes that came home and went into the laundry chute after a long day at work, because they knew they were creating and doing something and generating a future for us. Do you understand how many generations have come and gone that have had no future? Young men and women that we simply say, well, they don't have the same work ethic. Well, that's because they don't have the same work to get the ethic from. No kid in high school can graduate and walk outside and go into a mill gate and get a big job. We took all that away from them. We removed all of it. So now's the time to wake up, America, and to get back to the business at hand. And if we find a way to start getting a chance to actually be competitive in the global community again, as far as the marketplace is concerned, wouldn't it be nice to see that Gulf Oil logo return to a skyscraper in downtown Pittsburgh? I mean, think about it. BYN Mellon, all of these people, what they meant, the families they fed, especially U.S. Steel, where there are, 20, 25,000 retirees right now within the sound of my voice? Let's wake up the echoes and let's get going again. Put hammer to nail. Quit all of this belly aching. The only thing that's going to put us back on top again is hard work. And if you want better schools, stronger health care, and better brick and mortar, meaning roads and bridges and foundation, and a main street that actually has some businesses and some lights on, it comes back by work. That's why this coal-fired plant, one of the first to be built in forever in Texas that Bloomberg was talking about, is massive news. We just need more of it. And you won't have an appeal situation because people will be able to pay their taxes because of their appealing paycheck. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack. Your call's coming up next.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Conroy Foods makes Beano's deli condiments right here in Pittsburgh. Beano's original submarine dressing was the first condiment to earn a home in grocery store deli departments throughout America. Today, they have a full line of distinctive deli condiment flavors to choose from. As a Pittsburgh-based company, they are committed to putting the needs of their neighbors first, which is why they've chosen to partner with the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank as a proud supporter of Feed the Need.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So we're going to have Margot come in here at 8:30 because the phones are filling up, and I don't want to leave anybody stranded. And it can wait, but she'll be with me to look back at the Oscars coming up after the CBS News at 8:30. But I do want to take time to congratulate some colleagues, CBS Evening News, the film, CBS News correspondent Steve Hartman and photographer Lou Bopp through a 7-year journey to document the toll of American school shootings. So Empty Rooms, I had a chance to see that. It's not for the faint of heart. And their angle, going back to visit parents and seeing rooms that have basically stayed the same since the loss of the child. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pretty strong, but Empty Rooms was one of the most eye-opening reports I've ever seen. And I had to turn away a couple of times, and I was choking back tears. But it's a story to make you understand, and this is what I love about CBS News, that this is the world that we're living in right now. And I think sometimes we get numb to the fact what's happening because it's in the news every day, whether it's the CBS Evening News or my colleagues here at KDKA Odyssey. I mean, we're talking about this violent world that we live in. And it just kind of goes from one day to the next, and you kind of think, okay, another day, another story. But if you're not connected directly to it, after a while, your senses get numb. But I promise you this, you watch Empty Rooms, All the Empty Rooms, to be officially known as All the Empty Rooms, you watch it, I promise you, you'll have a completely different perspective, and it hits home because you see it in the eyes of these parents and what they've gone through. I can't even imagine. I don't even know how you even come close to getting back to any sort of normal life. It's just horrible. And these rooms frozen in time. I mean, it's riveting stuff. Maybe some of the best stuff I've ever seen. All right, here we go. Let's go to Phil in Homewood. Hey, Phil, you're on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. How are you?
How you doing today, sir?
Good. What's on your mind?
I just have two parts. I saw that story about that coal-fired plant in Texas.
Yes, sir.
They said that's some of the dirtiest coal in the planet. And the other thing I want to mention is that what country in the last 30 years has benefited from being invaded by the United States? It wasn't Gaza, it wasn't Afghanistan, and now it's not going to be Iran. And they all are going to suffer. And it's the people that suffer, sir. It's not the administrations of any of those countries that suffer. It's always the citizens. It's always the people. It's the dead children. It's the dead civilians digging through the rubble with their hands because they don't have any power tools. So what this man has done to this country has brought it to its knees. And how you can still glorify him is beyond me.
Okay, let me add a couple of things. Good stuff, Phil. And don't go anywhere. Here's the thing.
I won't go nowhere.
I know. You better not. I got to get my point across. Here's the deal. We didn't win any of those wars. And guess what? These people in Iran want us there. They want that regime out. They want a better way of life. You may remember thousands were shot and killed in cold blood because they were protesting how they couldn't take care of their family. So this is a war that they asked us. They want us to participate in. So I can't have a conversation if you're having a conversation with someone else. So I'm going to open the pot again, as we call it in the business, the volume, and hopefully you're done, whatever you were discussing with, so you can rebut. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I apologize.
Okay,
somebody
go
came
ahead.
to my car.
Go.
What did you say?
I said the people of Iran want us there. And the other places that you mentioned, like Afghanistan, we never won. Vietnam, we never won. Korea, we never won. This is going to be an all-out victory, and it's going to reset how they do business in Iran. And the people of Iran are going to have a chance to actually have a life. They have been under the thumb of that government, that totalitarian government, for the last 50 years, going back to Ayatollah Khomeini. They want us there. The president is the one that started this because of what they did to their own people. Oil has a lot to do with it, yeah, but so does nuclear weapons. But the slaughter of the innocent people of Iran by their own government in cold blood because they were protesting for a better way, that's what got this started.
Okay, unless you're ready to arm those citizens, there's no way they're going to take their country back. If you only got one nuke, I'm not scared of you. I'm scared if you got 5 or 10.
They're going to have 5 or 10, Phil. They're going to have 5 or 10.
We have no evidence of that because they kicked out our watchdogs. So we have no evidence that they have actually a working, functional weapon. And you cannot change that fact. And if the people don't have any army, if they don't have any weapons, if they don't have access to the knowledge of the infrastructure, how are they going to take over the country?
They will be destroyed. The head of the snake will be cut off. They will start from square one. We will help them start a democracy. We will do business with them in which they will have cash flow, which is king, and we will move on. Just like Venezuela is up and running now, and it was though we were never there, and we went back literally within hours to the United States with their president, a criminal, and now that person is behind bars. In Cuba, we have cut off their supply, and they are ready to call it quits. Iran, literally just days ago, wants to negotiate. They want it to be done, but the president has said no because it's got to be unconditional surrender. You have to understand, don't stick up for that Iranian government. They have murdered their own people for generations. And the people, if we don't get rid of that regime, none of them will ever have a chance. And every day they will wake up wondering if their children or grandchildren are going to die. I got to move on. Lots of calls. Phil, thank you. Let's go to Gary in Hampton. Gary, you're on KDK. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Good, sir. Thanks for holding on. Go ahead.
I came over here in 1955. Been here 70 years. A proud American. Within 5 years, my dad was a hard worker. My two brothers and myself working in high school till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, being tired as hell going to school. Within 5 years, we had a house, we had a car, we had everything that it took to the American dream, and we've been building since. That's part of my story.
Where'd you come from, Gary?
Holland.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. An interesting thing. My daughters, I've got 3 of them. All of them have been to New York and actually went to Ellis Island, and her name is actually in the book. One of the last ones there, because when we got there in November of 55, in February they closed Ellis Island. So consequently, they actually physically saw our name, which is kind of cool, you know. But I agree with everything you're saying. We need to get out of our boxes. I've never been in a box. Most people are. I go far left, far right. So give me an opportunity to consider both sides to where I can come into the center and give my rebuttal and my honest answer and look another American in the eye. And I never have. I've been advocating for 50 years. I'm not a Dutch American.
All right, listen, I appreciate the call. He was going out there. He was going out there without a net, so I had to reel him in. A lot of passion there, but, you know, this is radio. You got to watch your language. You got to be respectful. All right, let me get a break in here. We'll come back on the other side. We got Dave in West Mifflin, Joanne, Point Breeze. So the war, what side now that the line in the sand has been drawn? And look, you can support the military, but don't you understand this is more about a mission of peace, giving the people of Iran the comfort to wake up and to seize opportunity and not have to look over their shoulder because of fear of the people that are running their country. And the economy is going to get immediately better because it's going to be a deal that people can live with, and it'll be a good deal for everyone involved, and they'll finally get a chance to reap the benefits of their country. 866-391-1020.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Investigators say a 16-year-old Aiden Stahl was riding an electric dirt bike near Highland Avenue in Washington County around 8:30 last Saturday when the dirt bike that Stahl was riding struck a fallen tree that had fallen across the road during a storm earlier in the day. When officers arrived at the scene, Stahl was unresponsive. The California area high school student was then taken to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. Police say there was nothing suspicious about the crash, calling it a tragic accident. Temple Olhev Shalom in McCandless is using a $25,000 grant from the nonprofit Security Grant Fund to upgrade security systems and safety protocols.
I think it is a particular threat we've seen for the Jewish and Muslim communities and the Christian communities. We've seen a number of acts, in my faith, in Hinduism. There have been attacks on Hindu temples. There have been attacks on Sikh gurdwaras.
Representative Venkat says the funding allows communities to plan, train, and protect staff and visitors, giving congregants confidence they can worship in peace. Several people are facing charges after a protest honoring a 13-year-old boy that was killed in a crash. That protest turned tense on Sunday in West Mifflin. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Dozens gathered along Kennywood Boulevard to honor 13-year-old Terrell Byers Jr., who was struck and killed in December. West Mifflin police say the protests escalated when demonstrators blocked traffic along Route 837 and refused orders to leave the roadway. Police say pepper spray was used to disperse the crowd and that one officer was injured. Authorities say multiple people were arrested, including the boy's father. Byers' mom, Naomi White, says the protest was meant to demand answers and push for safety changes along the road where her son lost his life. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
An amendment today to a bipartisan bill to create a Pennsylvania Cannabis Control Board. The bill was amended in committee today to mirror federal hemp standards. Those changes would make the sale of most over-the-counter Delta 8 and Delta 10 products against federal law. The bill's sponsor, Erie Republican Dan Laughlin, says it's important to mirror the federal legislation to close loopholes that allow intoxicating hemp products to flood the marketplace. Those federal standards are set to go into effect in November. KDK Sports, Penguins and the Avalanche in Colorado tonight. They'll drop the puck at 9:30. Evgeny Malkin will be available after serving his 5-game suspension. KDK Radio News Time is 7:32. Our next update is 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander and the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Get your start started with my kind of party. We're sitting in a console. All right, now what y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready? You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls. It's helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment, a pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Looking for the best of New Orleans? Let AAA take you to the heart of the Big Easy September 7th through the 11th, 2026. Enjoy round-trip air from Pittsburgh, 4 nights right on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter, and unforgettable experiences, including the New Orleans School of Cooking, Mardi Gras World, the National World War II Museum, a Louisiana Swamp Boat Tour, Laura Plantation, and a jazz dinner cruise, plus 8 delicious meals and more, all starting at $2,865 per person, double occupancy. Space is limited. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and much colder tonight. Some snow during the evening, accumulating an inch or two. And we'll have some low visibility and slippery spots. Down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow. A couple of snow showers, I-28. Not as cold Wednesday, mostly cloudy, I-38. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss recipe disasters and how you fix them. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We'll celebrate St. Patrick's Day and find out how an Irish immigrant came to the Burgh and why he made the choice.
I do love St. Patrick's Day. I really, really do. Great holiday. All right, here we go. Right back to the phones. Joanne, she joins us now from that great community of Point Breeze with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Joanne?
Hi, Rob. I'm starting to hear little snippets of people realizing, stop labeling people. We're human beings. Stop talking about liberals and progressives and independents. They get all worked out, and I don't agree with not funding the police, but I also don't want to go back to the history. When you look at the police, I want things, I don't care who it is, what you look like. If you're doing the crime, you need to do the time. But Summer Lee. And Summer Lee, she brought money back to her neighborhood. That's what these politicians used to do. They used to work. They're in there, but now they're putting everything in their own pockets, and it's a shame. So stop this labeling and get to the point and realize that these are human beings, not liberal, not Democrats, not Republicans. It just sickens me when I hear all those labels and the disgust. But anyway, have a good week.
All right, Joanne, thank you for the call. Let's go to Dave in West Mifflin, and we've got Dave in Wilkinsburg waiting in the wings. Go ahead, Dave 1 in West Mifflin. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Rob. How you doing? Good evening, sir. Happy St. Patrick's Day Eve.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Right back at you.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Rob, I want to tell you something. I agree with you, but I want to expound on your point about being at war. See, here's the thing. They've been at war with us since 1979, the last time that the We Are family won the World Series, the Pirates. Am I correct in the year?
Yes. Okay? Yes.
But here's the thing, buddy. They've been at war with us. See, what's normal to us is not normal to them. Peace to the Islamic Jihad and the ISIS and the Shia and the Sunni, okay? Normalization to them is wiping out Islam Israel and wiping out the United States. That's what normalcy is to them. But normalcy to us is getting along, being peaceful with everybody in the right sense of the word. Because the word Islam in Arabic means peace. It's a religion of peace, just like the word Salim means peace, Shalom in Hebrew, and Salim, means peace, and we say Shalom, it means peace. Okay, and every and you know the history of the area, Rob. They all came from Father Abraham. He's the father of the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. Okay, so a lot of people that think they're experts on something, Rod, they get their little college degree. They don't understand the history of the area. I have been to Iraq. I'm a Desert Storm veteran in Iraqi freedom. It's not about me. It's just before I went over to the area, I studied about Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent, Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar, all the history of the area before I fought the enemy from over there, because the Muslims over there are not bad people. It's the extremists from the Sunni and the Shia and the Wahhabi form of Muslim, Rob. It's not all bad people, but people need to understand the history of the area, my friend. They just can't say, well, I'm a Middle East expert and not understand the history.
Well, listen, I think the Iranian people have been under the thumb of that regime for 50-plus years and longer than that. So I believe down deep that was the reason why he decided to go in after thousands were slaughtered in cold blood. I think the Iranian people want a different look. I think they want an opportunity to basically start over again. And when you have that kind of money in your country that's being withheld, and finally you get a chance to do something with it, I think these people are humble enough to understand a whole lot is not what they need, but they need normality. And I think just maybe that could happen. Hopefully it does, but we have to rid that nation of this government, that regime, that thought process. That's why we need an unconditional surrender. So my question to you, from someone who's been there, and thank you for your service, can we achieve unconditional surrender in Iran?
Well, we're going to have to, Rob, because if not, this new Ayatollah or the son of the Ayatollah, whatever, he's a freak or whatever. But, Rob, here's the thing, and a little bit more in the history, if I may, and you're 1,000% correct. You're not just 100. You're infinitely correct, my friend. But, again, Iranians are not Arabic people. They're Persian people. Like those beautiful rugs they used to make, Rob? I called into a show back home this morning, WRKO in Boston. It's on the iHeart, like you guys are, the other app. But here's the thing, Rob. They made beautiful Persian rugs. I mean, the history of Aladdin comes from there, all the young kids' stories. It's a beautiful land over there. In fact, Rob, the Magi, the three wise men that went to go see baby Jesus, our Savior, our Lord and Savior, they're the Magi. They're from the Far East in Persia. So there's a lot of beautiful history there, too. And they're under an Islamic fundamentalist right now. They need to be taken out, unconditional surrender, and, whatever, Rob. And those people are beautiful people. The Iranian people are Persian. They're not Muslim.
The other thing, I don't think people realize they can be beaten. And our military could have won in Vietnam. We could have won in Afghanistan. We have to give. You were there. We have to be given a chance to win. We have not been given a chance since Korea. Our military, if you're going to put them in harm's way and they're going to lose their life, they have every right to be entitled to a victory. And this would be the start of something right for our military. But it could also wake up, as in Vladimir Putin, and maybe bring the war in Ukraine to an end as well. Because I can tell you right now, people who were doubting our military around the world, they're not doubting our military anymore.
No, they're not. They're not, Rob.
All right, Dave, listen, good hearing from you. We'll get to the other Dave after the break. But again, coming up tonight at 8 o'clock after Paul checks the news, one of our favorites, and we had to get him in here because he's a columnist who's read around the world. He's Oliver Bateman. You see him in the PG and the Trib, but he writes for a lot of European outlets as well. And we're going to get his thoughts on the war in Iran. And the question is, how do you stand? And we're going to talk about that later on tonight. Where do you stand on this thing that is the war in Iran? And again, I'm not going to shout you down because you disagree with me. And I know there are a lot of people who don't like my attitude on this because you think it's an unjust war. And that's okay. That's the right that we have as a country. Now, remember, a lot of this stuff happened during the Vietnam War. And what that did, it also caused LBJ fatigue to where he didn't run again. More importantly, we were in the midst of civil rights issues. We had 3 assassinations in 10 years, and our military has never been given an opportunity since all of those protests that took place back in the 60s to ever go out and get an all-out victory. I know you may disagree with the war and you say, well, I support our military. Well, if you support the military, then you're going to want them to win this war. Win one for Uncle Sam. Win one for the people of Iran. All-out victory. 866-391-1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one, get one room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Isley's has been a part of family traditions for generations, from famous chip-chopped ham to classic ice cream. These products still remain to be family favorites. We are proud to announce the opening of our Isley store this summer in Pittsburgh's historic Strip District at 2111 Penn Avenue. Stop in and enjoy all of your favorites. We look forward to seeing you. Isley's request that you consider joining them and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in raising much-needed funds for our neighbors in need.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, we're back, and we're going to get right back to the phones. Let's do it. Here's Dave in Wilkinsburg. Hey, David.
Hi. Hey, Marty.
How are you, sir? Good evening.
Marty?
No, it's Rob. What's your name?
Rob. Hi, Rob. How you been? Hey, haven't heard you in a while.
Good to hear from you.
You know what? Joanne brought up Summer Lee. Now, I wrote to Summer Lee's Clareton office just the end of last week. She should have gotten it in that office, the Clareton branch of Summer Lee's Congresswoman, one of her offices. Not Monroeville, not downtown Pittsburgh, certainly not Harrisburg, but Clareton. Now, do you think she will pick up that piece of mail, or anybody in the staff for that matter, will read that piece of mail in Clareton? Does anybody really want to go to Clareton, Pennsylvania, the home of possibly the dirtiest Coke plants?
Oh, whoa, wait now. Your name is Dave, or is it Dawn? Dawn, Dave, Tim, whatever your name is. Before you go any further, I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to give you a chance to get the last word in. But I was there when Mr. Surma, who was running U.S. Steel, and a state senator at the time, was there with me as well, Mr. Pippi, who is now a colonel in this person's army that is the United States of America, former head of the PA Coal Alliance. They spent $5 billion to refurbish that. The reason why U.S. Steel not only survived but thrived and had shares of over $100 is because they were the only steel mill left that was actually had coke-fired plants that could actually burn the coal that was used to make the steel. And it was also the same coal from that same coke works that kept Wheeling Pitt around, Weirton Steel around, and others. So, listen, it's not dirty. They get banged on all the time from health officials because they're an easy target. But U.S. Steel did everything under Mr. Surma's watch to make sure it was clean burning. And now you have Nippon coming in here that is going to spend hundreds of millions in the Mon Valley, billions throughout the country. And the other thing, they have signed, sealed, and delivered that they will continue to make steel with coal, bituminous coal, through 2050. So that means coal mining communities in Fayette County to Weirton, West Virginia, and beyond will continue to make paychecks for the hardworking people that many are third and fourth generation coal miners. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, and then the gentleman that called, the military man, Iran really, I don't think, wants to hurt the United States. They practice their religions in the Arab countries a third of the year, 4 months, they seriously consider their woman gender and take into account things like religious practices 4 months out of the year in a row, not broken up into Monday holidays or anything like that.
All right, Dave, listen, I got to move on. I got other people waiting. I appreciate you. Call back anytime. 866-391-1020. You know, there must be a full moon out tonight because some of these folks, I don't know. I just don't think a lot of people have their eye on the prize. The whole idea is to destroy Iran, cut the head of the snake off, get that regime out of the government in Iran. Look, if you don't think that they were that close to being able to launch ballistic missiles to some of the major cities in Europe, you're just kidding yourself. Do you understand how many different locations we bombed and struck this past summer? And they were able to continue their process of developing a nuclear weapon. Okay? So quit trying for comic relief and writing a script to try to get on the air and sound ridiculous and get to the facts, people. And the fact of the matter is we are under siege right now because of the threat of nuclear weapons being developed by Iran. And I can tell you right now, we could have let them go or do what other administrations have done, simply stroke checks, sent billions like Joe Biden and others to keep them quiet or to at least keep them on our side. But the moment they have the ability, and could have because of friends in Cuba and Venezuela, had the ability to launch a missile into our country that could have vaporized this entire country, they would have done it. Believe me. They would have done it. And the money that they have been making, grotesque amounts of money because of that thing they have is oil, they have been basically bankrolling terrorists around the world for years. And I truly believe in my heart of hearts that they are responsible for the invasion in Israel. They're responsible probably for 9/11. They're probably responsible for bankrolling Saddam Hussein for as long as they did. Let him stay in power until we took him out at the end of a hangman's noose. And too much of a mercy killing, in my opinion, for what he did to his own people and his own family. So let's get it straight. Let's get it straight. This isn't about, being humorous about it and talking about their religious beliefs and their heritage and history. They're human beings, and they do not want the government in Iran any longer. Here's Lee in Elwood City with your Pratt Pack, KDK. Lee, go ahead.
Rob, how you doing?
I'm good, man.
Hey, I always appreciate your optimism on everything and your blast from the past, but I can't put a good spin on this Iran thing. I can't see the end game. We're already 3 weeks in, and going on probably 3 months. And I get it, in a desert nation, they had 47 years to put something together that could have come and gotten us and done something. And it's just, we're paying for it here now. That's
Look, I know where you're coming from. Nobody wants war. But if we can destroy this regime and take them out of the equation and get an unconditional surrender, that will do so much for the rest of the world to be able to save face. And I'm sad to say this, but I'm going to say it. There's been talk about some troops actually headed towards that part of the world, meaning ground troops around.
That's what I don't want to hear.
I know. 2,000 Marines. But it may take that to finish the job because they can hide in tunnels and they can, go from building to building. But when you have boots on the ground, there's no place to run or hide. That may be the icing on the cake. Look, I don't want war. I don't want civilians dying. I don't want, schools to be bombed. Nobody wants that. But you understand, they murdered 35,000 of their own people because they simply were protesting for a better life.
I agree. It wasn't a good regime. It won't be a good regime now. But at the same time, Trump says, it'll be over soon. Well, how soon?
Well, listen, that thing. How do you destroy something that's done what they've done for generations and have the deep pockets such as the billions and trillions in the way of oil? But you see countries that have stepped up, like people like Japan, to help the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, look what they're doing. The price of oil, it went up over 100, but today it finished at $93. Sooner or later, that's going to run out too. And when they lose that card, that chip, it's over. When they lose the ability to control the oil, they're done. Look, I know where you're coming from. I don't want war either, but I'm tired of hearing about the government of Iran. I'm tired of hearing about nuclear weapons. I'm tired of hearing about terrorism, and I'm tired of hearing about what they're doing to their own people. They've got to go. I mean, they've got to go. And for people that want to blame Israel, stop it. This is not Israel. Israel defended their own state because they were invaded and had every right to do that. They didn't start that, what happened in that October, that fateful day. But guess what? This thing that's happening in Iran, it's not Israel. It's our president who's trying to save the Iranian people. Lee, I appreciate the call. Look, I have a strong will and opinion on this, and you're allowed to have an opinion too. I mean, Lee doesn't agree with it, nor did Dave or whoever that was. Okay? Bottom line is this. It has to be done. These people have suffered long enough, and as has the entire world. And it's not about money and it's not about oil, but enough already. Do you realize 2008, what we went through with our finances there? We're $38 trillion in debt. One of the reasons is because we can't get out of debt because they took the control of oil around the world. And you don't think they had something to do with what happened in Venezuela and what's going on in Cuba now? All of a sudden, we stopped certain things to Cuba, and they're about ready to go out of business within a matter of a month. Come on now. All right, Oliver Bateman after Paul, next at 8 o'clock.
Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snow and 30 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. The head of Pittsburgh's Republican Committee wants the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board to investigate the Allegheny County solicitor. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Bolorado.
The complaint filed with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel asks the board to investigate if County Solicitor Rosalind Guy McCorkle fulfilled her professional and ethical obligations with County Counsel prior to its vote last week on an ordinance prohibiting county employees from working with ICE. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says the solicitor had a duty to provide clear legal guidance regarding potential conflicts between the ordinance and federal law, not to mention the danger to whistleblower protections.
I don't think government employees should have to work under the threat of termination because they had a moral or ethical obligation to report something to the federal government.
He's hoping the complaint will determine if further investigation is warranted. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Updating a story from last week, Allegheny County Police have now filed criminal homicide charges against a Penn Hills woman and the death of her child. Police say after consulting with the medical examiner's office, the new charges were filed against Lagameu Malu in the death of their 3-year-old son. The child's father, Adam Chirico, also charged last week with child endangerment. The parents of a child who was found dead last year have been charged now with third-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and other crimes. State police say Michael Blasser and Ashley McCarsky appeared to be intoxicated when police tried to talk to them last year when their 15-month-old child was found unresponsive in deplorable conditions. Police say the baby and another child both had drugs in their system. Blasser and McCarsky are being held in the Westmoreland County Jail. Bond has been set at $1 million. A McCandless synagogue is beefing up security with new funding aimed at keeping worshipers safe. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
Temple Ohav Shalom in McCandless is receiving $25,000 from the nonprofit Security Grant Fund to improve security at the synagogue. State Representative Arvin Venkat tells KDKA Radio the funding will help members worship safely and protect against threats targeting houses of worship.
This funding is obviously for the benefit of Temple Ohav Shalom, but the program as a whole is a larger expression of how we protect nonprofits and especially religious worship in our Commonwealth.
Representative Venkat says the grant program has provided millions to faith-based and nonprofit groups across Pennsylvania. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
An amendment today to a bipartisan bill to create a Pennsylvania Cannabis Control Board. The bill's amended in committee today to mirror federal hemp standards. Those changes would make the sale of most over-the-counter Delta-8 and Delta-10 products against federal law. The bill's sponsor, Erie Republican Dan Laughlin, says it's important to mirror the federal legislation to close loopholes that allow intoxicating hemp products to flood the marketplace. Those federal standards are set to go into effect in November. KDK Sports, the Penguins in action tonight. They're in Colorado to take on the Avalanche. They will have the services of Evgeny Malkin available to them. He has just served his 5-game suspension. Right now, snow and 30 degrees in Pittsburgh. Tell your smart speaker to play News Radio KDKA so you can listen to Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Larry Richard for Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments made in Lachina's Pittsburgh factory. No middlemen, just unbeatable factory direct prices. Save on blinds, shades, shutters, and more. Professionally measured and installed by Lachina. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com to schedule a free shop at home appointment or visit one of Lachina's 2 showrooms. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Rome Monument would like to ask everyone to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. $1 provides 3 meals to a neighbor in need. The Diagardi family is grateful for your support of their 4th-generation business. On behalf of the Rome Monument family, thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Planning for retirement isn't easy.
If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow this evening accumulating up to an inch or two, and that'll lead to some slippery travel conditions. Windy and much colder down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow, a couple of snow showers, high 28. Not as cold Wednesday up to 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, a man, as they say, the pen is mightier than the sword. He has a pen that is seen as he is a writer, a columnist. You see him many times in the PG and the Trib around the world, and there's no better person to talk about the war in Iran and what's going on there, here, and everywhere than our good friend Oliver Bateman, who joins us now on the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. So, Oliver, what do you make of what's going on in Iran? My opinion, I'm sure you've been following me to understand why I believe, me anyway, that they need a surrender, unconditional surrender. They got to reset the bar, and I think what happened to the Iranian people who were protesting and were murdered, I think that was the tipping point as much as nuclear weapons. So your thoughts on the war in Iran, where do you stand?
It's certainly a tragic situation. I'm writing a piece for Real Clear right now, Real Clear, Pennsylvania. A version of it will probably run in the Post-Gazette at some point. They often do. Talking to different people, different politicians around here about their attitudes. I mean, it's certainly a tragic situation, and nobody's shedding any blood or any tears for the Ayatollah or the possibly injured successor Ayatollah, his son. But it's a bad situation all around, right? Prices are rising at the pump. It's not clear when this is going to end. And, Europe is sort of hedging its bets on how much it's going to intervene. It's a very confusing situation. I mean, the initial surgical strikes seem to follow what we did previously with the big bomb. But now I think there is going to be a lot of confusion over this. I think certainly the people of Iran have been put down multiple times. I mean, the murder of protesters before this was in the thousands, but now I mean nobody has risen up since this has started, at least, and it sounds like it's become even more than it was before, a police state. So it's a rough situation. It's hard to see. It's not Vietnam by any means yet, but it's hard to see a way out.
So how do we win this thing? Do troops have to be sent? Do we need boots on the ground to kind of clear up the ability of them being able to duck into a tunnel or move from building to building? But without the military, and from all intents purposes, we hear the Air Force is gone, their Navy is gone, they have the deep pockets, they have the Straits of Hormuz, but what's holding them up?
A couple of things. I mean, a lot of their military arsenal is in the mountains or tucked away, so you can't bomb these loads of drones. You can't bomb some of the missile drops they've got. The fact is the country is enormous. I mean, it's like the size of 6 or 7 states. It's 90 million plus people. There's still going to be a lot of infantry left if you go to invade it. I mean, we've knocked out everything strategic, but this isn't a conventional war. It's just they're going to try to outlast us. That's the whole thing. How long can we outlast us? Now they're even saying that they want to open access back to the Straits of Hormuz, but, essentially pay your fare in Chinese currency. They're trying to make a lot of moves to help America's enemies. I mean, Russia right now is getting a break on oil sales in some situations. I mean, there's a lot. It's just a tough situation to figure out. I don't think the president has a lot of good options, and he the country sort of had to go because Israel was going already on this. And, talking to people around here, midterms coming up, it's going to be something that's going to be a hard sell if people see gas go up to $4.55 at the pump. It dropped today. Oil was down. There's a lot of speculation back and forth. But, man, you look at it, you got the initial strategic objective out of the way. They wiped out almost the whole, upper echelon of government in one go. But now they're just dug in like deer ticks over there, up in the foothills and the mountains. And that's tough country to go through. You got swampy stuff. You got mountains. You got a huge country. Not as easy even as Afghanistan to go in and just clear that place out.
A lot to talk about with Oliver Bateman. We'll actually keep him for another segment and focus on the city's finances and what's going on there. Rachel Heisler in this time slot tomorrow night, the city controller, to discuss more about that. But really, what's going on in Iran and oil, it really is a local story, too, because it affects a lot of things here locally. And I try to explain to my audience why it is all connected. So why don't you take a shot at the same thing? And maybe the real journalists will have their ears a little bit better than mine, because no matter how I try to make that known, I think it gets lost in the translation, and you're the only journalist in the room right now. So explain why this is a big connection, what's happening in Iran and oil right here in Western Pennsylvania.
Well, I mean, beyond a certain point, like we're going to experience price pressures. You know, even a dollar up on the gas is not a breaker for a lot of people anymore, given how inflated our currency has been over the past, 5 or 10 years. But you're looking at an extra $10, $15 every time you fill up. Pretty soon you might be looking at an extra 20 or 30. If you're commuting a lot, that's going to add up. But it's all because we can't get ships safely as of right now through a little patch of real estate between the Gulf states and Iran. And it's pretty crazy. But again, you could just put down a few mines. It doesn't cost very much to make it hard to get through the Straits of Hormuz. And they haven't figured out options yet on that. I think the Navy is investigating. I think they want to do it safely. I mean, the one thing you can't have happen is an American naval ship go down, because the PR loss there would be terrible. It would be just a tremendous tragedy. It'd be very hard to play off, and that we haven't had something like that happen in ages.
Now, I've heard the Prime Minister of Japan and that country is going to actually send ships. He even reached out to China for help. Do you think that the rest of the world will feel the crunch? Not just people like Russia, but will the rest of the world feel a crunch because of this? Some of the places that you write about, like the UK and others?
Oh, they already are. I mean, Europe is feeling the crunch because most of their energy passes through that particular passageway. They're feeling the crunch because they're financing a Ukraine war right now that is going to increasingly be harder to finance, with Russia making more and them, spending more on energy on their own end. I mean, it's a bad interconnected situation. I think Japan's new prime minister, she's a sharp lady. I think she realizes that something's got to give on this. Some other countries have got to lead on this. I'm amazed that there hasn't been more pressure brought to bear on opening the straits right away. Saudi Arabia, the crown prince, is all behind continued bombing. So he's still behind continued bombing. They just haven't intervened yet. I think what will be interesting to see is, will the rest of the world intervene to help the U.S.? Because that's controversial right now, too. I mean, the U.S. has been doing a lot in the world. Some of it's been very easy and fairly effective, like the Venezuela situation, but this is not the Venezuela situation.
We have lost so much in the last 50 years as far as our manufacturing and energy, which is a massive problem. And the president has given the green light to start more offshore drilling and other aspects. And we talked about natural gas in the past and how it's time to get moving in that direction. Do we have the ability to make up for what we are losing here, or is it a desperate situation to get control of that oil sooner or later? And do you think what happened in Venezuela is that oil that we're going to start actually reaping benefits from? Could that be a lifeline as well for the United States?
I think as far as our situation goes, I mean, some projections that I read show that because we are a top oil producer and we are a top natural gas producer, we're not nearly as exposed as Europe is. I mean, it's possible even, too, that the Trump administration has calculated that Europe will get pinched so hard they'll have to help. They'll have to intervene somehow. And, if the Venezuelan situation could ever be worked out in the sense that that country could be prosperous again and could be drilling again, and that we could have, like we did in the 70s, we could have domestic companies from the United States really involved in those efforts, then yeah, I mean, that could truly help out this whole hemisphere. This hemisphere could almost be energy independent if it didn't sell to everybody else. That's the only thing that really, but in terms of food and energy, the U.S. is fairly insulated from a lot of shocks compared to Europe and compared to elsewhere. I think the question is just how much can we keep paying for, international security? And I think Europe is very wary of committing to this, even though they're in the crosshairs. They're going to be the ones that struggle the most with this energy situation. And so it's a real mess. It's like we can't get agreement on how to move forward on this issue. And I know Trump has been talking about wanting to get people at the table and talking. But, there's also been a lot of rhetoric back and forth. We don't need the UK. We do need the UK. We don't need this. We don't need that. He's talking about taking Cuba. All this stuff is going on right now. So I think there's a lot of confusion about foreign policy. Who's doing what? We were talking about taking Greenland not too long ago, and that's kind of off the table right now.
What do you make of the Cuban situation? Then we'll go to break.
I think that anything that's going to happen would surely have to wait. But all of this has proven me wrong. I thought we would do one intervention at a time. I thought this would be targeted and surgical. I mean, they decapitated the regime. They even killed prior presidents of the Iranian Republic all in one go. And I figured, that was a strong message and they'd keep negotiating, but they may have even injured the current Ayatollah. We don't know where he is or how he is right now. Trump says he's hurt. His people say he's fine, but that's what they're going to say. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't, if I were a betting man, I certainly wouldn't bet on the Cuban thing because heck, all we know that tomorrow we could have boots on the ground there,
Absolutely. That's why you're here tonight. Okay, we'll come back. We're going to localize it a little bit more. Another big story as far as the city's finances are concerned. He is Oliver Bateman, real clear, of course. He writes for them. He writes for himself. He's in the PG. He's in the Trib. He's everywhere. So he's with us as well tonight here. We'll be back. One more segment. Oliver Bateman next on KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience. 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service. 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Pratt on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Oliver Bateman, columnist, Trib, PG, everywhere. He's writing about stuff internationally, nationally, and locally. So I know you got to have some thoughts about the city's finances. The mayor's come out after Rachel Heisler, the controller's been saying forever, we got a problem. It thought it was going to be like $8 million. Now they're saying $40 million. And look, my thought process is you should be leaning on manufacturing. I'm talking boots on the ground in the way of hard hats, lunch pails, Nippon, U.S. Steel, the coal industry, the natural gas industry, those corporate entities downtown Pittsburgh. The only way you're going to build back Pittsburgh and put money in the coffers, we all want green energy, but the bottom line is green as in cash is still king. What do you make of the lack of money for the city of Pittsburgh? At least the mayor and the controller have brought it to the attention, and they're trying to do something about it, Oliver.
Yeah, that $40 million statement and, the transparency from O'Connor was certainly welcome. I mean, it seems like, and I know there's some dispute about it back and forth, but it seems like the budgeting under the prior regime was it was based on false assumptions. It was based on bad math. And the idea that the Pittsburgh was going to, finish any year with a modest surplus is just nonsense. Like $40 million, it's a shocking number. I mean, O'Connor, I've talked to him, is a straight shooter. You've talked to him. He's a straight shooter. Like he knows what kind of mess he's been handed. He knows what kind of slop he's working with. And he's saying he's going to make these cuts to, we've got $40 million here and you got to find these cuts. You got to reopen the budget, but he's going to do it without cutting jobs. He's going to do it without cutting. I don't know how he's going to do it. I mean, they've got employee pension they've got all this stuff to service. I don't know how they're going to do it. They already got $10 million off the nonprofits. UPMC came forward and that's great. And they can, I agree with you. They should be going to businesses that are working in the city or can work in the city and try to cut deals or try to bring things as much as they can in the city and say, give us this, we'll give you that, some kind of deal. But even that's only going to close $1 million here, $1 million there. This is big money, $40 million for a city like this. I mean, we're probably talking about, and they warned about this when they were talking about this, state oversight, just like they were from 2003 to 2018. State oversight in this particular situation is looming.
Again. I know. You're not the first that's told me that. I keep pushing back, hoping that it's not true, but it makes all the sense in the world. So could they actually reach out to some other nonprofits and just say, look, you got to help us again? Because what he did getting $10 million was very impressive. Will they have to do that again, do you think?
I think that every big, we say nonprofit, and I've written about them in the Post-Gazette. These entities pay so little tax relative to nonprofit, these huge nonprofits in other cities like Boston. They're getting a great deal. They already get the benefit of the Pittsburgh salaries, which is everybody listening to who works in the city knows you're not paid that much relative to other cities if you work here. That's always been the case. It's a benefit that employers get for sure just by hiring and using our great local workforce. But they need to step up to the plate if they want to continue. In a way, they're riding the pony here in the city. It's not free lunch, but it's close to free lunch. And something's got to give. And I know that they're not, based on stuff that I looked into when I was writing these pieces, it's not as though they're paying their people tons of money. It's not as though they're spending a lot on facilities, but they need to kick in to spend a lot on city services too. I think, and it was good that they were able to kick in for emergency vehicles and things like that. That's going to be important for the city. But this has got to come from somewhere. And it is genuinely disheartening to think, the school population's dwindling. The money isn't there for bridge repair. The money isn't going to be there for pensions. Somebody's going to have to take a cut somewhere in the city budget. The money isn't going to be there for all of the, health care for the city workers. Somebody's going to happen. And O'Connor, I think is a great guy and is a down the line, by the numbers guy. He's going to have to make some unpopular decisions. I know he's going to do everything in his power to get money without making unpopular decisions, but someone's going to have to be, and I think some on the city council have tried to be too, someone's going to have to be the adult in the room. We didn't have an adult in the room over the past 4 years that was willing to just say, look, this place is busted. We got to get this, we got great guts here. We got great stuff that we can do, but we got to get our economic house in order. You can't have everything.
All right. So let me tell you what I think they should do. And this is off the top of my head, but I was thinking as you were talking. Look, they've spent $14.9 billion, okay, in the pond. They're putting hundreds of millions in the Mon Valley. They have been noble in every sense of the word. That company, they stayed the course when many said to forget it, pack your bags up. They just kept coming back because they know what we have here. And to be honest with you, not many, if any, politicians gave them enough good PR, so much so they wouldn't even discuss it. Even when we had the mayoral candidates talking and debating, nobody was discussing it. No. But the governor's race, no one's discussing it. McCormick discussed it. Fetterman discussed it. But What about reaching out to them and saying, look, you're supposedly bringing your USA headquarters from Houston here. How about if we roll out the red carpet, give you some extra things in the way of space, maybe some tax breaks, material. We get extra help from some of these wonderful building trades unions who will be working for them for a very long time to come, and maybe find a way to see if they are willing to help the city financially. Now, I'm not saying $40 million, but I know Nippon Steel from witnessing what they have done over the last couple of years. And this is their home now. They're not going anywhere. They're going to put hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. I would reach out to them. I'd start doing some branding, start seeing how we can basically help each other make this a good deal. As it was in the past, steel is our future. And if we want to have a future and pay people what they need and hang on to pensions, which nobody understands pensions or appreciates it more than the USW, just maybe we can work a deal to get some of that money from the Nippon Steel. In other words, help them if they help us. Does that make any sense at all?
I mean, you and I have said that they should have been rolling out the red carpet on that deal since this whole thing was in the works. I certainly think that they, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure O'Connor's probably got something working on the back end. What can we give and what can we get? They're one of the deepest pockets that we could probably access right now. It was odd how little, how everybody just had to pussyfoot around, that deal in all of these election cycles, because it really should have been something that they should have been leaning into. It wasn't.
They should have been pounding your chest. They should have been ecstatic about it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think in general the United States should be going out of its way to prioritize Japanese companies. This isn't the 80s anymore. Japanese investment. Japan's new prime minister launched a program of renewal over there that's showing a lot of hopeful signs. Consumer spending is up. They're reorganizing companies. I say that if the U.S. isn't giving them a big handout, and this region should be giving them a big handout.
I agree.
There's a lot we could do back and forth. I don't, like you said, it's not going to close the gap. I think the other big thing about this, and you could talk to Rachel Heisler about it, I think maybe just acknowledging this reality year after year that our budget is rough, that it's going to be tough, that cuts are going to have to come. That's about taxes. Taxes are going to have to go up, and nobody's going to like that. But they got an increase through this year. They're probably going to have to do something next year because this isn't sustainable. And we want to keep this city going, Rob. Like, I live here, you live here. This is my family home. Like, this is generations,
It is. And listen, we got to go back to what made us great the first time, and that's the steel industry. And I couldn't agree more as far as that prime minister and what they're doing in Japan. And I'm sure that Nippon works with a lot of great companies that would fit perfectly here to help us and to build some satellite offices. And it's not so much about how we can cut, but let's see how we can add. And we may all be pleasantly surprised that a lot of people actually want to come and set up business here again. We just have to knock on their door. And I think Corey's going to do that. But now more than ever, we got to find a way to get that $40 million, get back to some balanced books, and start adding to the books as opposed to subtracting or writing checks for money we don't have. Oliver, I got to go to the CBS Radio News. Thank you. You're the best. Keep doing what you're doing, okay?
Let's hope that NFL draft is a home run swing for the city, Rob.
Amen, man. We'll have you on plenty of time before that. So in the meantime, I want you to stay with us because we're going to do a little entertainment on the other side of the news. Margot Rensel, my producer, is going to jump in here. We're going to look back at the Oscars last night. We'll get her thoughts, and, well, maybe you want to share some of your thoughts, too. But we will get back to the big-ticket item tonight, the war in Iran, the line in the sand. Where do you stand? We'll continue with more of that and your Pratt Pack for a Monday night in moments. KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank on KDKA Radio. On March 24th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. Text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line, and your donation will provide meals locally. Brought to you in part by Aetna and by Isley's and Beano's. Details at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. President Trump vows to take Cuba as the island reels from an oil embargo and power outages.
It's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, you know. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week.
Millions of Americans are pummeled by severe weather, from extreme heat warnings out west to blizzard conditions in the Midwest to severe thunderstorms across much of the East and the South. CBS's Ian Lee in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Spring is just 4 days away, but winter isn't going without a fight. High winds and heavy snows shut down Green Bay, prompting one city official to declare this a once-in-a-decade storm.
In the war with Iran, no sign yet of an end to the fighting, CBS's Chris Livesay.
Where they are is a stalemate, both sides digging in their heels, the United States leaning on its military power, with Iran leaning on its trump card, its economic pressure inside the Strait of Hormuz.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com TrustPJ.com today for your new windows. That's TrustPJ.com.
Phase 4 Learning Center and the Tom Reed Armed Forces Career and Veterans Center are Pittsburgh-based nonprofit organizations that help people earn their high school diplomas along with various credentials to develop a career pathway through the workplace, higher education, and U.S. military. Phase 4 and the Tom Reed Armed Forces Career and Veterans Center provide hope and solutions through a unique mind, body, and spirit approach that reconnects the disconnected while addressing regional workforce needs.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and much colder tonight. Some snow during the evening, accumulating an inch or two. And we'll have some low visibility and slippery spots. Down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow. A couple of snow showers, I-28. Not as cold Wednesday, mostly cloudy, I-38. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we're going to jump out of all of this hard-hitting stuff for just a little bit here. You've got to let your Pratt Pack catch his breath. Okay, we'll get back at it in just a moment. I want to get Margot in here, Margot Rensel, my producer. We're going to look back at the Oscars last night, and I was blogging from the home studio today. And I didn't mention it from my home studio. I did mention it earlier on the radio. The best picture was One Battle After Another. And if it wasn't for Margot, I would have never watched that movie. Now, Margot, I am a fan of Leonardo DiCaprio, but I just didn't see anything. I didn't like the look. I just didn't see anything. And it kind of had some like undertones to it and remind me a lot of these, protesting days from the 60s and 70s, like the 1968 Democratic Convention, Woodstock, all that other stuff. And I've said, I lived that. Do I want to see this? But I want to thank you because it truly was a great experience. And obviously people with the Academy felt the same way.
I loved that movie, and honestly, I don't even think the biggest themes are the fact that it's the revolution is a big premise of that movie, but I think at the end of the day, it's a father-daughter story, which is so pure, and I really enjoyed that.
So before we kind of go through some of the big-ticket items, what impressed you the most? One thing that didn't was Conan.
Yeah, I didn't love him as the host. I thought some of his jokes didn't land, and it just felt awkward, in my opinion. I didn't like his beginning scene kind of poking fun of weapons. Not poking fun, but it was light and fun, but I just thought it was cringe, for lack of a better word.
That's okay.
Maybe we just have different humor, but my favorite host of any award show is Nikki Glaser. I think she kills it. And people have great spirits about her jokes. I just don't think people took the jokes how they should have.
Do you think she could have handled that better?
Yes, I 1,000% think so.
Well, I remember when Whoopi did it.
Yeah.
It was great. But, Johnny Carson, when I was young, Bob Hope, some of the older people like Conan, but maybe you need a younger person because most of the people in the room, especially when it comes to screenplays and editing and cinematography, are young people too, meaning older than you, but I mean like in your 30s and 40s. So maybe you need someone like Nikki Glaser to work the room. You have a very good point there.
Yeah, I just think some of his jokes, they were funny, but it just felt like maybe...
Wrong place.
Yeah, maybe he was like nervous. Did you see him pacing around a lot in his monologue? And that just made me nervous.
Like stand still.
Yeah,
okay.
Which... I could not do it at all. I know I'm not one to talk, but
the reason you make sense with Nikki Glaser, and I thought Conan did great, but obviously he's in my wheelhouse.
Yeah,
the same.
He didn't do horrible. I just didn't think he did as good as he could have.
Well, I just think flat out humor, in and out, maybe an opening monologue, something she could do, and she's really good at it because being on that roasting stage.
Yeah.
Comedy Central. So you may be onto something there. All right, let's begin with Amy Madigan, who won for Weapons. Now, let me tell you how funny the world is. Many, many years ago, when I was a lot younger, like 40 years ago, I went and saw a movie called Field of Dreams.
Okay.
And I fell in love with Kevin Costner's wife, okay, in the movie. And I've always liked her. And don't ask me why, but time stands still for no one. Field of Dreams was on like Saturday when I got home. And then the Academy Awards last night, and I went, that's Amy Madigan. All these years later. She looks great, but she's 75 years old now.
She's 75?
It blew me away. I saw her in an interview on Entertainment Tonight, and she said, full circle.
Jeez.
First time I got nominated 40 years ago, she goes, and now here I am, 75 years of age. She was born in 1950.
I didn't even realize that.
I absolutely love her and well-deserving. But what is that movie about?
I watched it. It's a horror movie. I don't think you'd like it.
No.
It's just basically about these little kids that go missing from this lady's classroom. So
I don't like it already.
Yeah, so then she's getting blamed, but it's this whole other thing. So that's what it's about. It's genuinely a horror movie.
Is it kind of like the female version of the Joker?
No.
What's the makeup? Why that wild makeup?
She's just like this aunt that comes to visit, and she looks crazy, and she seems
creepy.
Genuine, but she's crazy. She's crazy looking, and people are like, "Who is this lady?"
Did she deserve to win?
Yes, and they brought up a good point on the internet that not many people win for horror at all, and she said in her post-win speech something about how important horror is because a lot of people can break in through horror, or they can kind of show different roles through horror. So I thought that was really cool that she won for horror because you don't see many people winning for that.
Here's how good you are. I saw Jamie Lee Curtis recently in an interview talking about her mother and father, Janet Lee, Tony Curtis, Hollywood, and how she got her start in horror movies such as Halloween.
Yeah.
And she said nobody ever wins awards for horror. And then eventually she won last year, I think, for an Academy Award. But then Adrienne Barbeau, who you have no idea who is, but she starred in the television show Maude in the early 70s, married John Carpenter, and was in all these zombie movies and The Fog and what have you. She, too, was just saying in a recent, now she's in her late 70s, that she never really had the career she wanted because you don't win awards for doing horror.
Yeah.
And she got stereotyped like Jamie Lee Curtis did. Jamie Lee eventually found a way out. But you're absolutely right. You don't normally see anybody win anything in the way of a horror movie when it comes to the Academy Awards.
Yeah, except this year, apparently, because Sinners is technically also a horror movie.
It is. About vampires, right?
Did you ever watch it?
I did.
Okay,
Not all of it, but enough of it.
Yeah, it's about vampires. I mean, that is not the main storyline at all, but this year was the most Oscar nominations they won, the most Oscar nominations ever for 16 nominations.
Now, Paul Thomas Anderson, everybody wants to work with him, okay?
Yeah.
I've heard of him. I know who he is. His wife, obviously, Saturday Night Live for many, many years, Mayor Rudolph. Her mother, Minnie Riperton, the great singer from my era, who sadly died of cancer, very young age. They've been together forever, not married. They have a bunch of kids, correct?
Correct. From what I've seen, they are just life partners.
That's kind of cool, though. They seem really happy.
Yeah.
Would you consider him a great director?
I would. I haven't seen much of what he's done besides
what you just saw, One Battle
After Another. I think I've seen one other film of his, but yeah, a lot of people say they want to work with him. So he seems like a good director for actors. That's what it seems. I'm just.
Well, they all love him. I mean,
yeah,
Leonardo.
I get
Cruz,
that same impression.
All of them. Scarlett Johansson, they all love him. Okay.
Yeah.
That wins for Best Director, Paul Thomas Anderson, One Battle After Another. Best Picture, One Battle After Another. So what would you tell an audience member to convince them, like you did me, to go see this because it's that good? Because when you look at the trailers, it looks like Leonardo's all over the page, okay? And people are used to his looks because he's a matinee idol. He's a leading man, but he does not have any of those looks in this one.
No.
This isn't the Wolf of Wall Street. So explain what makes it. I mean, and you said to me earlier today when I came in, And it really, that one scene in which they were doing the dash cam with the hills and the roads.
Yes.
I thought that was fantastic. And I'm thinking, if I even bring this up, people are going to think I'm really like losing it, because that's one of the best parts of that movie. It
is.
It is. I've never.
Because it takes you through the motions. Usually cinematography, you can see that's beautiful. That's what I'm supposed to feel, is that is a beautiful scene. But this scene, you can tell that it's trying to make you feel anxious and scared about what's going to happen. That's an ending scene. Something that I would say for people to convince them to watch it is that it's a 2.5-hour movie-ish, and it feels like 10 minutes. It is so easy to watch. And also, I said this, it's easy to understand. There's complex storylines intertwined into it. However, I think that at the end of the day, it's an easy movie to understand. You can try to break down the subplots and whatnot, but would you also kind of say you can watch it and you'll know what you're supposed to feel?
Yeah, and I think the young lady who portrayed his daughter was fantastic.
Chase.
And I think
Chase Infinity.
She's going to have an incredible career.
Me too.
But when we
She's beautiful also.
When we come back, we're going to talk about the best actress. I wanted Kate Hudson to win it, and I asked her earlier if she thought she'll get another chance. I hope so. But the woman that won it is 36 years of age. She's from Ireland. Her name is Jessie Buckley. She won it for Hamnet. We're going to talk to Margot when we get back after the break. For those of you on hold, I promise we'll have the entire 9 o'clock hour to talk about the headlines of the day. But right now we want to take some time to look back at Oscar's big night in Hollywood. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
If you love sports, this is the show for you. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Weekday mornings 9 to noon Eastern on the free Odyssey app and YouTube at The Costos. Bringing you the biggest NFL news, guests, and notes from the offseason while getting you ready to win the madness of college hoops. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos. Live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Presented by BetMGM. Download the Odyssey app and listen from anywhere for sports talk from people who love sports.
Magical March savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders are $2.89 a pound. In the produce department, large heads of green cabbage are 39 cents a pound. In the deli, available every Friday, Coons batter dip fish sandwiches are $11.99 each. And additional savings this week, select a variety of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 12-pack, 12-ounce cans are $6.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, Emily Blunt from England, Anne Hathaway, what they do to modernize their, I guess, dialogue and their diction when it comes to having to play American citizens, and amazes me. Renee Zellweger, Bridget Jones' Diary, had to sound British, amazes me. But I love accents, and I love people promoting where they're from. And this young woman that I met recently, a mother, has an 8-year-old daughter, Jessie Buckley, who won for Hamnet. I know nothing about her, but what I have seen for the awards that she has won of late and the acceptance speech, it makes me want to see more. And right now on Peacock, streaming is Hamnet, and I will definitely make it a point to check it out. So tell me about the winner of the Best Actress Award, Margot Rensel, Jessie Buckley. What can you tell me about her?
I think we know the same amount of information. I didn't know much about her before she got nominated for this role, and she won most of all of the awards, from the Golden Globes to the BAFTAs to the Actor Awards, all of those. So it was a clean sweep for all of her wins for this Hamnet. My friends keep telling me to watch it. I haven't seen it, but this makes me want to watch it. She seems like she delivered a very compelling performance for her to win all 4 of those award shows.
Yeah, she is very intriguing, and it's going to be interesting to see where she goes. But, you know, it's amazing. I was like Timothy Chalamet last year and all the success in the Dylan movie, and now Marty Supreme, but, you know, and dating a Kardashian and making the comments about opera and things of that nature, and even Conan took a shot at it. Man, to be able to hang on to that fame and how quickly it goes. I remember when Kate Hudson, you know, Almost Famous, one of her first movies, she was like in her 20s.
Such a good movie.
One of my favorites. And her mom, you know, I remember Private Benjamin and watching that as a young man. But time stands still for no one. So any chance you get to win, you got to grab it, man, because you just never know if you're ever going to get a chance to do it again.
Because you loved Song Sung Blue, which Kate Hudson was in.
I loved her in that.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it's good.
My mom said it's now one of her favorite movies. She loved it.
Well, it's fantastic, and Hugh Jackman was great. And if you like Neil Diamond, which I do, you're going to really enjoy it. I got to get back to one battle after another and talk about Sean Penn. He wins again. He's got 3, Daniel Day-Lewis and a performer from many years ago, Walter Brennan, who many people may remember from the TV show Real McCoy. He's in that rarefied category. So, like him or not, to win 3 Academy Awards, you're doing something right. And you talked about him in that movie before I watched it, and you said you just have to see it.
Yeah.
Sean Penn is amazing.
I think he was very deserving of that award. He blows me away with his performance. He is a supporting actor in that movie. However, his performance is so amazing. It just sucks you in, and it really it makes him feel like a main character because of how much he really stole the show, I will say.
Yeah, and for a guy who chain smokes, he looks like he's in pretty good shape. He and John Cougar, who are a big fan, they're friends. They both need to stop smoking, but at this point in their life, why stop? But they smoke constantly.
Well, people were poking fun that he didn't go to the Oscars because you can't smoke in there.
Well, now he came out and said he has an anxiety disorder. But
then why was he at the Golden Globes?
I know. And listen, believe it or not, for someone who does what I do for a living, I don't like large crowds. And I've spoken in front of thousands.
Yeah.
That's just not my thing. I'm a really kind of quiet person when I'm not
large
here.
crowds, I think you'd suck it up if you were nominated for an award.
You know what? You're smart. My daughter would have said the same thing to me. Suck it up, Dad. This is the Academy Awards.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what I did love, and I've liked him ever since I saw him the first time, and that's Michael B. Jordan winning it all. That was great. That was great. That was absolutely
also
wonderful.
Deserving.
Oh, and because, as you said, and they were all saying it last night, many people believe he will win because he played 2 parts.
Yeah, which is crazy. And you can tell the difference between both of the characters. They both had character development throughout the movie, and you could see the difference in their backgrounds and their personalities. I really wasn't mad at any of the winners at all. I just wish Marty Supreme maybe got a few more wins. They didn't get any for anything that they were nominated. And I personally really liked that movie. But I guess he's in the doghouse for saying the things about ballet and opera, which I can understand. I can totally understand that, but
that's what guys in Hollywood, Marlon Brando did it, Steve McQueen did it. They're young, they're edgy. They're cut from a different cloth. Yeah, as we all do. But we just don't happen to be someone that's one of the top box offices.
That is under a microscope.
Well, you know what's funny? I saw the other night on YouTube the real Marty Supreme on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson many, many years ago.
Oh, really?
And I got to tell you, from seeing some of the trailers, I haven't seen the movie yet, boy, he once again looked just like Marty Supreme.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's pretty good at what he does.
Yeah, he is. I think he's a great actor.
What's next for him, do you think? What do you think he needs to do to just make... Is it a rom-com? You think he needs to be a romantic...
I know what's next.
What is
It's Dune Part 3.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Which is coming out next Christmas.
You love all that? My kids love all that stuff. I see, me, I just can't do it, man.
I mean, I personally like that kind of stuff.
Well, that's... I guess.
Just through a movie background, not a... I need to know everything about Star Wars that has ever been done. You know what I mean?
Right.
I watched Dune Part 1 because Timothée Chalamet was in it, and then it got me hooked, and then I watched 2, which is my favorite movie, and then that's why I'm really excited for Part 3. I haven't read any of the books, but Dune, that whole franchise and whatnot in that book is how Star Wars started. They based it off of Dune.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
It was a book first, and then Star Wars, it's loosely based. But that's kind of the inspiration.
Does Lucas have anything to do with Dune or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. But that's what's next for him. And I think it'll be good for him because you already have all of the fans from Dune 1 and 2 that you don't need to bring some new fans in like he had to do for Marty Supreme. Do you know what I mean?
Have you heard the latest about Margot Robbie? They're saying she looks gaunt and thin and she's lost all the... I'm like, come on. On her worst day, she looks better than I will ever look.
I know.
I mean, no matter who you are, and Nicole Kidman, what really happened with her and Keith Urban, enough already. They're just people. Sometimes they have a good day, sometimes they have a bad day.
I know.
But I still love Hollywood.
And Margot Robbie's one of the prettiest people in the world. We're saying things about people's appearances when we're sitting back here.
You know who her all-time hero is? Harrison Ford.
That's what she said.
She loves him.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
He is a great actor. And you're good at what you do. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Okay, we're going to break in here. We'll come back next hour, back to reality, talking about everything that you want to discuss. And those of you who have been on hold for the last 20 minutes, please don't beat me up. I want to make sure I took a little time to talk Hooray for Hollywood with Margot Rensel. Your Pratt Pack News 9 next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Lenny McAllister.
Start with the gas prices. They're hitting 3-year highs. Americans are getting to a point in time where they're going to ask questions not just about, is this a geopolitical wise thing to do to attack Iran now? Gas prices are not just you getting gas in your car and going someplace for spring break. This is going to be groceries.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said, we don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car, Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all.
One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
Stripper Cruz in Washington. A jury in Utah has just convicted Corey Richens of killing her husband. Judge Richard Mrazek read the verdict.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richens, is guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the prosecution has proved the following circumstance or circumstances regarding count 1 beyond a reasonable doubt.
Prosecutors said Richens slipped 5 times a lethal dose of a synthetic opioid into a cocktail that she made for her husband, Eric Richens, leading to his death in 2022 at their home. After her husband died, she published a children's book about grief. A huge storm system roared through parts of the mid-Atlantic today and is headed north. CBS's Nicole Valdez is in Raleigh, North Carolina.
We know of at least one reported tornado near Charlotte. Winds for that one recorded up to about 85 miles per hour. And looking at some photos of the damage there, it looks like at least a roof was ripped off of a warehouse. So again, just an example of some things we've already seen before this thing really wraps up and moves offshore there.
Hours-long waits to get through security are the norm now at some of the nation's biggest airports. And CBS's Chris Van Cleve says the situation is getting worse.
On Sunday, 1 in 10 officers called out. Having more than 10% of TSA screeners out sick is about 5 times a normal day. In Atlanta, wait times topped 2.5 hours at points, and a lack of staffing forced the closure of one of the airport's checkpoints. Atlanta is the world's busiest airport.
President Trump says Cuba's fate is in his hands.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
The island nation of 11 million people suffered a countrywide blackout today. The Strait of Hormuz is a dangerous place for ships to be with the Middle East at war. CBS's Imtiaz Tayeb says Iran has fired on ships trying to get through the vital passageway.
A U.S.-owned oil tanker targeted in the Strait of Hormuz, one of several attacked by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. The devastation caused to the vessels, which can hold up to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crude, was clear to see. Since the start of the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran just over 2 weeks ago, 500 tankers have been stuck in the strait, one of the world's most dangerous standoffs.
Officials in Afghanistan say a Pakistani airstrike on a hospital for drug users in the capital, Kabul, has killed 400 people and injured 250. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The bridesmaids were back at last night's Oscars.
I cannot believe that it's been 15 years now.
Kristen Wiig, Rose Byrne, Ellie Kemper, Maya Rudolph, and Melissa McCarthy, several in their 50s now, were interrupted before they could present the award for Best Score.
What's happening? Oh, what are these notes?
They were handed some surprise messages from stars in the audience.
Well, mine says, you ladies look extremely beautiful tonight. Oh, that's nice. Oh, thank you. You're all aging well.
And that wasn't all.
You ladies look radiant.
CBS's Deborah Rodriguez. Federal health officials say 7 people, including children in 3 states, have been sickened by E. coli food poisoning linked to cheddar cheese made from raw milk. The FDA says California-based Raw Farm made the cheese. They recommended that Raw Farm recall its products, but the company declined. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus this Sunday morning at 6:30 as we spotlight our Catholic schools and faith formation programs. Catholic Education Plus is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow this evening accumulating up to an inch or 2, and that'll lead to some slippery travel conditions. Windy and much colder down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow, a couple of snow showers, high 28. Not as cold Wednesday up to 38. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Man, all I can say is these folks have been waiting a long time. Anthony, take as long as you want. Do whatever you want. You deserve it. You've been on hold for 30 minutes, so thank you very much. Good evening.
Well, I find it amusing that you like the Academy Award, and you're a movie buff. And that's nice. That's interesting. I haven't watched the Academy Awards since Marlon Brando didn't attend, and he sent a Native American woman. I have no interest in the Academy Awards. After watching that show, I said, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen in my life. And I was happy that Shaft, Isaac Hayes won an Academy Award that year, but outside of that, I don't watch any of those shows. Grammys, they're boring. They're too political, and I'd rather watch Law and Order.
They are too political for sure. You realize that Brando, that was for The Godfather. That was like 73. Yes. And for Shaft, Richard Roundtree, Isaac Hayes, Chess Records, that too was like 73. So it's been over 50 years since you watched the Academy Awards. That's pretty cool. I mean, hey, at least you stick to your guns. So I got to give you credit for that.
Well, not just that award show, any award show, Grammys. Like I said, when I watched the highlights, I'm glad I missed it, because a lot of it is just political mumbo jumbo nonsense, and it's self-aggrandizement. And it's a bunch of Hollywood types that act like they've been mistreated. And I have better things to. I'd rather watch paint dry than any of that nonsense.
Well, I want to share. I'm going to let you finish your thought, but I'm going to share one thing. The reason why I love the Academy Awards. A lot of it has to do with the connection to my mom, who I think really missed her calling. She was a performer. She loved Hollywood. We had the Photo Play magazine, all that stuff. We were always talking about it. I watched old movies with my grandmother when I would go spend time with her. So that's, I think, probably the real reason I'm driven to watch it. I don't watch the entire thing, but I do watch at least an hour and then watch the highlights and kind of follow along. But that's the real connection. It kind of reminds me of my mom. Anyway, what else you want to talk about?
Well no, I'm going to stay on this. Yes, I agree with you. That generation, movies were a large part of their lives. That was their entertainment. They didn't have television didn't come till later. Radio and movies were their entertainment vessel. So, yes, it was. And remember, you and I growing up, there were 3 stations, and, if we got to watch old movies. We got to enjoy old movies. We'd get up on a Saturday morning. There'd be Tarzan, and we'd watch the afternoon shows. Reach Cordick did the afternoon show here in Pittsburgh. He showed old movies like the Cagney and Bogart, and did Chilly Billy would show the Dracula and Frankenstein. So, we grew up on that.
Here's what amazes me, Anthony. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about these protesters because you waited a long time. But here's the thing. I look back and I try to explain to my kids, and I love my kids so much that it hurts sometimes because they're just everything to me. And I remember every Sunday until my grandmother died, and she died when I was 26 years of age, soon to be 27. We would go to her house after Mass every Sunday, stop off at the bakery, go to my grandmother's house, eat a big meal, and watch Reach Cordick every Sunday. And all of us, my sisters and I, sit on a couch and watch the entire movie every week. I mean, I can't even imagine getting my kids to sit still for 20 minutes, let alone to eat a meal and watch a movie. We would spend the entire Sunday into Sunday night together as a family. We were in the same room the entire time.
Yes. I remember those days.
I miss it.
Well, you did. We had a TV room, and that's where everybody watched.
Oh, wow!
Watched television.
TV
we watched
room.
with the parents. You didn't. In the afternoon you could watch Paul Shannon and Adventure Time and all that good stuff. But in the evening, that was their purview, and you watched whatever they watched.
Yeah, we had so.
We grew up at a different time.
I remember going to the drive-in movie theater with my family in a station wagon with lawn chairs. And we would watch 3 movies on a Friday night. My dad would fall asleep. My mom would wake him up, and he'd drive us home. I mean, I don't know. I tried to do all that for my kids, but I don't know if they'll ever understand how good I believe we had it back in the 60s. Now, you want to talk about these protests. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if did you see that makeshift protest they had out there at Kennywood Boulevard?
I saw, very sad. I saw a lot of the footage, but I didn't see it as it was happening.
See, this is why I always try to warn people. You cannot protest if you don't have a permit. You can't protest. Now, I understand what their motive was protesting. Apparently, a young boy was killed in December late at night crossing. And if anybody's familiar with Kennywood Boulevard, that boulevard is not safe for pedestrians in broad daylight. So I don't know what a child would be running across that road for, because it's a 4-lane road, and you know how fast those cars go up and down that road. Everybody, and you're pretty familiar with that road, aren't you?
Absolutely.
It's very dangerous. So I understand a parent lost their child. Apparently, I read on it when it happened. It was an accident. The person stayed at the scene. Now, I don't understand what in the world would the protest be for. If you're talking about, if you write your Congress people, you think it's unsafe, then that's why you have city council and county council. But to may have a spur of the moment protest, which you had no permit for, and you're walking in the street, which is illegal, and then when asked to get on the sidewalk, you want to get confrontational, people are going to get maced and they're going to go to jail. I mean, that's the way it works, people.
Yeah, I got to tell you, that's a very – look, there's so many dangerous stretches of highway, and I got to tell you, that's one of my biggest fears. And I can't tell you how many nights driving home or coming in early in the morning, but especially at night, there are people walking stretches of interstate totally dressed in dark clothing with no reflective anything. And thank God, your eyes, they're like right there. I mean, it's one of my biggest fears. And I've been blamed so many times for driving slow. But one of the reasons at night, and I need to pick it up, I'm sure, but I see these people like out in the middle of nowhere walking in the dark. And that would be, at least the person stayed at the scene. I mean, that should speak for something.
Well, it should. That's why, see, you've got a group of instigator, agitator types. And that's what this looked like. And look, I understand the loss of a child. If you feel there was some wrongdoing, then go after the person who hit your child in civil court. But what do you live in Duquesne? What do you expect the West Mifflin police to do about that for you? I mean, they investigated. They gave you all the information they had. So it was saddened. The whole thing is saddened. And for those people trying to make an issue out of it, a racial issue, they're dead wrong. You cannot obstruct traffic. I tried to tell people with these protests about ICE and everything, and I warned them. If you remember, I called your show up and said, hey, black folk, that's not our fight. Because they're not going to treat you, black folk, like they do these limousine liberal types from Fox Chapel. They're going to treat you differently, and it happens. So I got others on the line. Be safe going home, brother.
All right,
it's pretty snowy out there.
Well, this is my luck. Let me just share this with you. So the fuel pump went in the Equinox the other day. Luckily, I got a car, got to work, went to pick up my car today. I'm headed home. It kind of went again, so I had to go back, get another car, a rental, and there's no ice scraper in it. And I looked at the ice scraper in my car, and I've got one of these really good ones, and I went, I'm not going to need that, so I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to be out there in the parking lot probably using my arm to scrape the snow off of my windshield, so I probably won't get out of the parking lot till 11. I can't believe how much snow we got. I mean, it's
a wet snow, so it's easy to come off because I swept the front of the apartment building I live in. It's very easy. Can I ask a frozen snow.
Can I ask you one more question before you go?
Yes.
Do you think about your mortality now?
I try not to. But yes, of course you do once you reach a certain age. But listen, as a black person, a black male living in America, I've always thought about my mortality. So it's no more different now. But yes, with age, you do. And it's not about me. It's about the kids.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned when I'm not here for them because that's the only part that I'm disturbed about, losing them. Because, listen, God is so wonderful. He gives us the ability, as you talked about your parents. We lost some of the most wonderful people we've had in our lives, but he gives us the ability to handle that without going insane. So we should be grateful for that. But we all think about our mortality, man.
Well,
but guess what?
What?
You got to think about living, and that's more important.
Amen. All right, buddy. Be good, Anthony. Listen, I do want to talk more about Steve Hartman and CBS News, that project, All the Empty Rooms, which won an Oscar for Best Documentary Short Film. It was one of the most gut-wrenching but informative things I've ever seen in my life. And I got to be honest with you, when I see things that children are hurt in, I usually scroll past them because I love my kids so much. I can handle anything. But you have all these intrusive thoughts. But that may be some of the best journalism I've ever seen. So I don't know if any of you have seen it. I'd like to hear, if you have seen it, your thoughts about it. It was just riveting. And it was so nice to see them awarded an Oscar. All right, we'll come back. We've got Bishop in Donora and Dick in Dayton. We'd love to hear from you, too. 866-391-1020. Open talk until 10 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyers since 2015.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020, home stretch here till 10 o'clock. We're here tomorrow, 6 to 10 as well. Let's go to Bishop in Denora. Hey, Bishop.
How you doing there, Mr. Pratt? Let me just say this. I would not gloat over Cuba being without electricity and then basically starved off. This is wrong. I don't believe in the United States, trying to go and try to take over countries. This war here, and I agree with the Simmons family out of Columbus, Ohio, is just senseless. That young man and those brave fallen heroes should not be put in this harm's war. This is not our fight, and I can't blame. And I know that some of y'all, Mr. Pratt, you don't want to hear it. That I can't blame these other countries saying, we're not coming to your defense. Even in NATO, these people did not fire upon or attack you. You went after them, including Israel, which I stand with Israel in most things, but not this one. All right? When it went down with the Hamas thing, hey, you had every right to destroy them to the face of the earth, but not give people or starve people off. I'm talking about the regular civilians. Hamas need to go, and I still say they need to go. But with Iran, and I gave you the information, and I know Craig has, and I know Cynthia has, the information of the ones that already have nuclear warheads, including Israel, Pakistan and India, Russia, China, North Korea. They're the ones that have the nuclear warheads, and for us to say, well, we don't want you to have this. I mean, come on, man. I mean, I think France even have it, I believe. But the bottom line of it is we are putting our kids, including yours, you have a 24-year-old like me, my son ain't going. I'm going to protect my kid at all costs. You're not going. All right? And before anybody gets started, I come from a long history on both sides of my family with military background and hardware, by the way. And by the way, my first cousin, died in the first Gulf War. There's out of Green, and you know the battalion very well, the Greensburg Battalion in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. They got a park named after him, Anthony Madison Memorial Park in Menneson, Pennsylvania. So don't tell me about I know about death. My uncle's 89 years old, and he's still, to this day, had not gotten over his son being killed over in, I believe it was Saudi Arabia when that idiot bombed the base over there. So I don't want to hear that. This is senseless, and you know it is. Hey, I want you to have a good night.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Dick in Dayton. Hey, Dick.
Hey, Rob, how are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Good. Hey, Rob, you know something I like? Nora O'Donnell left CBS News, but I like this new guy, and they had a guy on there tonight that at the end they're talking about something good in America, like they go to say like Louisville and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I enjoy that guy, Steve Hartman, and I like that new guy. He's pretty knowledgeable, isn't he?
Yes, he is, Tony Nicopo. And Nora's still doing some great pieces, especially for Women's Month, which is the month of March. She's been out and about. But that segment, it's kind of a lot like Charles Kuralt. Remember Charles Kuralt, who would travel the country in that big Winnebago or RV? Remember that?
Oh, Sunday morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he did Sunday morning, CBS Sunday Morning, too, as well. But that's what it reminds me of. And thanks for the call, because this gives me an opportunity to talk more about the Academy Award for the Best Short Documentary. Longtime CBS News journalist Steve Hartman tells stories about kindness and hope. On March 15th of 2026, his project, All the Empty Rooms, won the Academy Award for the Best Documentary Short Film. At the 98th Academy Awards, the powerful documentary follows Steve and photographer Lou Bopp as they visit the preserved bedrooms of children who have lost their lives in U.S. school shootings. Now, each room holds the life that once filled it. These are photos on the wall, shoes by the door, and toys left where the child last placed them. The film helped grieving families show the world who their children were and why their memory matters. At home, Steve is a dad of 3. His eldest son, George, has autism. Every laugh, every hard day, and every small victory teaches him that kindness is not something you report on, it's something you live. When Steve goes out to tell a story, he doesn't just ask questions. He listens, smiles, and truly strives to understand who people are. Every now and then, Steve will jump in with a simple question that helps the person he's interviewing open up even more. The way he looks at the world comes from being a father who has learned patience and compassion. He finds beauty in small moments like cherishing time with his family or watching the solar eclipse with his kids. In all of Steve's interviews, you can feel that love is in every story he tells. His words touch people because they are real, they're authentic, and Steve has learned that every person has a story worth hearing and a heart worth knowing. From WTOL in Ohio to KSTP TV in Minneapolis to WABC TV in New York and all the way to CBS News, Steve has been sharing uplifting stories for nearly 4 decades. He reminds all of us that kindness is what makes us human. I got to tell you, this was one of the most poignant things I've ever seen. And I got to tell you, ever since Columbine, in 1999, when I was on the air that day, and I really did believe that day that I would never have to experience such horror again in my life. But as we all know, it has gone on continuously forever. And not just in schools, but in that synagogue, obviously Tree of Life here in Pittsburgh. And right now, what people of the Jewish faith are going through because of fear, because of what's happening in Iran. It's horrible. And, you know, Anthony saying about being a black man in this country and always fearing for his mortality. We have to find a way to get together, to bring the United States of America full circle and to get away from all of the ugliness and the fear. But this documentary, and because I said this earlier, and I really mean this, because violence has become such a way of life, we look at it as though out of sight, out of mind. If I'm not involved in it or someone that I know, turn the page because it's the world we live in. We have gotten to a point that we've accepted it. And I have tried many times. How many evenings or weekends have you been with me when I begin by saying the violence must stop? It has to end, right? But it just continues to happen. And then I started tabulating how many weeks, months, years that I would come to work. And every single day, I would be leading off my show about a killing or group of killings or some sort of violent act in our community, let alone our country or around the world. And I just kept saying it's falling on deaf ears. No one's paying attention, because if somebody was, we would see some sort of difference in America. And sadly, these school shootings would stop. And how many parents every day putting their children on the bus, just praying that they come home to get off that bus and they can love them again. Because they too, especially parents, are affected by these stories. But they've become such a part of our everyday dialogue. But then all of a sudden, Steve Hartman did this, and I just happened to catch it. And I literally couldn't take my eyes off of it. But there were times the only way that I could stomach it is to look away, gather my thought process, and go back to pick up. I even paused it a couple of times because it was that overwhelming. But taking you into these houses, these bedrooms that were frozen in time, everyone could relate to that, because we've all had, the majority of us, kids with rooms like that. And we've been fortunate enough for them to grow up with a high school graduation picture, a college diploma, and a life of their own, and bringing their kids back to celebrate their life in the home that they grew up in. But that wasn't the case of this documentary. I highly recommend it. People should watch it, because it does a much better job in that short period of time of explaining why this violence has to stop, more so than anything I've ever said. 866-391-1020. Many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Rome Monument would like to ask everyone to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. $1 provides 3 meals to a neighbor in need. The Diagardi family is grateful for your support of their 4th-generation business. On behalf of the Rome Monument family, thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Hey, folks, March is the time, man. The time to look outside and say, I got to get new windows. And the place to go, Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, no limit. And check this out. 24 months, no payments, no interest. 2 years. $500 off when you start this home improvement project. Call Universal Windows Direct. 412-545-6003. 412-545-6003.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A jury in Utah has convicted Corey Richens of killing her husband. Judge Richard Mrazek read the verdict.
The homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, and the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity.
Richens wrote a children's book about grief after her husband died. A powerful storm has hit the mid-Atlantic. CBS's Nicole Valdez is in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Officials are telling people to go about their days, but definitely try to stay home as much as possible, because it just seems like this storm has been unpredictable.
The storm is headed north. TSA agent absences have slowed operations at the world's busiest airport. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in Atlanta.
Flyers at Atlanta's airport suffering through security lines so long they took 2.5 hours to navigate. TSA staffing issues forced one of the airport's checkpoints to close.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Windy and much colder tonight. Some snow during the evening, accumulating an inch or two. And we'll have some low visibility and slippery spots. Down to 22. Windy and cold tomorrow. A couple of snow showers, I-28. Not as cold Wednesday, mostly cloudy, I-38. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow morning, 5:30 until 10 on the Big K Morning Show. We'll celebrate St. Patrick's Day and find out how an Irish immigrant came to the Burgh and why he made the choice.
All right, we're about done for tonight, but we have time for you to jump on the phone lines if you have anything on your mind you want to talk about. 866-391-1020. We've been talking a lot about the war in Iran. If you have a thought or two, and I would like to see what side of the road you are on when it comes to this war, the line in the sand has been drawn, and I think, sadly, the only way that we actually get an unconditional surrender is by boots on the ground. There have been talk that some 2,000 Marines are right now en route to actually be a part of some sort of small contingent of ground troops. Do you like that idea or not? 866-391-1020. Now, I can tell you this, sadly, Rob Reiner no longer with us, or is his wife, and I'm going to get to the reason I bring it up. I interviewed him on the radio many years ago. If he were here and we were talking politics as we did that night when he was supporting Hillary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, not a fan of Donald Trump, not a fan of our current government, not a fan of some of the horrible things that are happening in the world right now. But needless to say, he was an incredible human being, as was his father, his family, and his time in my life. And he tragically died, and right now his son is facing a double homicide charge that will take him soon to trial in Los Angeles, and if found guilty, could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Now, mental illness is one of the reasons that they are talking that this horrific act happened. And just seeing him in some of the hearings that he has participated in, it's just absolutely frightening. Because I believe Rob Reiner did everything humanly possible, even if it was putting himself at risk, to try to help his son. The thing that I will always remember about Rob Reiner in an interview that was supposed to be just a couple of minutes, and we were still in the Golden Triangle downtown, it went into about a half hour. And he was very congenial, very nice. He let me ask all sorts of questions, even though he was there to push politics and Hillary Clinton. He let me talk about all of it. His wife, of course, the time she no longer with us, was Penny Marshall back in the day, and she was very successful at Laverne and Shirley. She directed such movies as Big. He has had hit after hit. First movie was Spinal Tap. The first one, Princess Bride. I mean, the guy, just had so many hits, did he not? But he was a great comedic talent, too, like his father. Grew up in a home in which Mel Brooks would drop over, Sid Caesar would drop over. He was just one of those rare entertainers who was great in front of the lens and behind the lens as well. But watching his best friend Billy Crystal last night talking about him was just so gut-wrenching because of him not being there. And, in his late 70s, who's to say, could have lived like his father into his 90s and had a lot more work still to be done. But because of drug issues and obviously mental health issues, he and his wife were killed in their own bedroom by their son, their flesh and blood. It's just sickening, but it gets back to what I've been saying for the longest time. We are dealing with some very epic and violent times in our country and certain things we need to get back to. And I'm not saying you support the president and that's going to make everything okay, but if we start looking at our country for what we are and who we are, maybe we would be able to find a way back. Mel Brooks actually was in World War II. There's a documentary out right now, HBO Max, about his life. Very patriotic, as was his father, Carl Reiner. And I believe Rob Reiner was, but no love lost as far as that administration. George Clooney and others, Roseanne. They've all been outspoken as far as Donald Trump is concerned. And some have even, left this country and have taken up residence elsewhere. Ellen DeGeneres being one. So I understand that it's a very frightening time right now in our country, but we have to understand horrible things are happening because there is so much unrest and we have disconnected as far as what this country is all about. St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. Rosie O'Donnell has been living in Ireland for years now. She left because of Donald Trump. She had a huge war of words with him, and he said some very distasteful things that I didn't like. But what I hope can happen, somehow, some way, we can find a way to put the political divide behind us and start rallying around each other and realizing we're all different. We're not going to agree all the time. But we have to help each other up because that's what the founding fathers, but more importantly, our own fathers and mothers did. I lived in a household with a Republican and a Democrat, but they came together for one common goal. And what has really worried me, this divide has gotten so big that the wedge continues to get wider as opposed to healing up. And somebody of interest, somebody who is recognizable, where so many eyes and ears are on that person, has to be the first person to say the violence, the anger, the horror has to stop. And I haven't been able to wrap my brains around what happened to Rob Reiner and his wife. And I could see the pain in Billy Crystal's eyes, and they had all these entertainers come out who had starred in various movies that he had directed. It's just so sad. When you think of that story and you think of so many other stories, this Steve Hartman documentary about these empty rooms and how they've been basically frozen in time. Cinema can be a powerful tool, whether it's on the big screen, the small screen, it's a doc, meaning documentary, or it's a feature film. They have the ability, these incredibly talented artists, to make a difference in someone's life, to change the course of history. And I don't want them to lose their creativity or their artistic freedom. But I think if we would get back to what old Hollywood was about, it was about making a picture that had a statement, good, bad, or indifferent. But when it came to supporting our country, the men and women of the military, and even the President of the United States, that's what they did. They disagreed, but they supported. They went out and sold war bonds. It's something that we have been so disconnected since really the Vietnam War. And that's what that was, and it went on way too long. And those veterans never got a chance to come back and pick up where their life left off. So let's try to just understand. People are hurting. Sad stories are developing every day. We've got to find a way to change it and make it a better world. Because, look, I don't want Rob Reiner's message all those years to simply fall to the wayside. because he really did care about America. There's no reason that he would have done anything, especially stood up for certain politicians and went up against others that could have been detrimental to his career. But he did it anyway because he believed that the country could be better. Did I agree with everything? No. But I understand that's his right as a fellow American. But I think his death is another indication of how horrible the world is right now. And we have to find a way to fix it. I want to get to Shane in the car. We'll do that in just a moment. But I want to remind you, we will be back tomorrow night, 6 to 10. Rachel Heisler talks about the city's finances. She'll break it all down for us and why she was so driven to continue to remind everyone, even in the waning months of the Gainey administration, that there was trouble brewing. And I don't know if that was the switch that got flipped that made Corey O'Connor say, let's do the deep dive. But what did I tell you months ago on this show? Why he would get to the bottom of it and why with a fine-tooth comb he would definitely find an idea or two to resolve the issue, like he did from the nonprofits to get new vehicles for snow removal that they will be using after this March snow that we're getting right now. They will be clearing the streets because of the money that he was able to secure. And now they're saying as much as a $40 million deficit. But what did I tell you months and months ago? Allegheny County Controller, numbers cruncher, Rachel Heisler, the city controller, both young, energetic, with keeping their eye on the prize as far as balancing the books. It will get better, but at least we have two people that are standing up, speaking out, and trying to make a difference. But I truly think the only way that we can right the ship in this region is we have to create jobs. And getting back to what I was saying earlier, the violence, the mental health issues are all real. But a lot of that has been brought on because of the lack of opportunity and people struggling. You have the have and have-nots. And if somebody has too much, it's not good. If the path is too easy, it's not good. And if somebody has nothing and they've been a part of it for generations, that is truly not good. And when these two forces meet, it's combustible. It just simply it becomes, how can I say, it's an explosive situation. And people do desperate things. And many people who have so much time on their hands and end up getting on the wrong side of things with drugs, or people that start taking drugs or other chemicals to forget about how bad their life is. Both sides of that coin and ugly. So we've got to get people back doing the same thing, eat, sleep, and repeat. You have to have a schedule. You have to have a place to go. You have to have a life, and you have to feel as though you're contributing. All right, Shane and Andy, moments away. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Fratz on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back at it. Long day, long night, but worth every single second to hear from all of you folks. And Shane, I didn't want to get you on before the break because I wanted to give you some time, so go right ahead. How are the roads out there?
Yeah, they're not so great, but I'm almost done. So.
Good.
Yeah, so I heard a little bit about you talking about the war, so I've talked about it a few different times, and you mentioned about how there potentially might be troops on the ground, and that would maybe what would be used to end the war. And the reality is that's probably more than likely true in a lot of ways, because it's hard to see the end at this point from us just withdrawing and it just magically going away. Only because Iran, one, they're talking a big game, but this is a religious cause for them. They're not going to just, I think, just wither away or go away. It kind of showing that way, and they've thought about this, I think, strategically in a lot of ways with what they're doing with the Strait of Hormuz. And I don't think they're completely out of firepower. They seem to be hitting Israel in different ways, maybe with some of their proxies, like with the Houthis or the Hezbollah. But they don't seem as President Trump says, obliterated. I know that he has threatened the rest of their island. I hope it doesn't go there with the pipeline of oil. This has escalated, I think, further than anybody wanted it to. But this was always the roll of the dice when Trump decided to take out all those leaders at one point in time, which was an opportunity, but it was an opportunity met with repercussions, just like any decision. And there could have been repercussions the other way if, deciding not to do something. But it seems like this isn't going away anytime soon.
So when you say anytime soon, you think this could go on for multiple years?
I really don't think that's what – as much as Trump talked about not getting into forever wars like that, I don't think that's what he wants to do. I wouldn't say years, but this could go on longer than the anticipated couple weeks, or it could go on for months. It could go on for the rest of this year. It just depends on – this thing could still have twists and turns in it. I don't think the clarity's there, and I think maybe potentially they thought this would go. I just don't actually understand the exit strategy, and I'm sure they do in a lot of different ways. But as long as they still have firepower, they're still going to hit Israel, and that's our ally. So how do we, essentially withdraw from that?
Yeah, and if they do get an unconditional surrender, they can't really cut bait because they have to make sure that some underbelly or some terrorist organization doesn't come in once they leave and basically pick up the extra pieces. We have to make sure they have some sort of government, but we don't want to take over their government because we're having a hard enough time running our own. So that's a very valid point, Shane.
Yes. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I wanted to. I wasn't really a fan of it from the beginning, just because I knew there was things that could potentially like this happen, repercussions that we have to face. But there's the other side of the coin where people would talk about them having nuclear power and they could hit us. And this is a country that can't step to America, so I'm not pro-Iran or anything like that. But it's just complicated, and I don't think it's getting any less complicated.
Good stuff, Shane. I appreciate you, buddy. Get home safe, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to Andy in Butler. Wants to talk about Hollywood. Andy, good evening. Welcome to KDK Radio with your Pratt Pack. How are you?
I'm good, Rob. I'm really good. I know you've got a lot of passion about Hollywood and the movies and the theater and all of that, and they provide a great service. Entertainment is entertainment, and Rob Reiner was a great entertainer. Okay? I didn't agree with him politically either, all right? But the difference to me is, Rob, you'll say, you didn't agree with him politically on everything, but you respected his opinion. And I don't believe he respected other people's opinion. Rob Reiner, I don't believe he did.
You're not the first to say that.
And truthfully, I don't really believe, you say if Hollywood would get back to where they were before, okay? And I know you know the movie I'm going to mention here, okay? I know you've seen Trumbo, all right? The story about the writers in Hollywood who were blacklisted back in the 50s and the 60s, okay? Hollywood's always been that town. They respect little but the dollar and have little use for anybody that doesn't go along with whatever their ideas are. That's why those writers got blacklisted all those years ago, okay? That's why Hollywood is the way it is now with everybody in lockstep, and you hear very few voices that dissent against what the majority talks about there. So I'm not trying to take away from Mr. Reiner because he was a great entertainer. And he was a good producer. He made funny movies. All right? He entertained very well. But there's a difference between that and whether or not I agree with his politics. And the only thing I would bring out to you is while you respect his view and his right to have his view, I'm not sure he'd respect your view.
Oh, there's no way. I know that.
Okay?
I know that.
So when you talk about can we get back to where we can, get along in this country and get the work done that needs to be done, okay? You'll respect him, but he won't respect you. And the only way that we're ever going to get to that America that you want is if that side learns to respect the rest of us. It's not whether we respect them and their view. It has to be a two-way street. So when they don't respect you, that thing you're looking for is not going to happen. Rosie chose to put herself out of this country. Nobody made her move, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And she found out no one really cared that she left. And that's a hard thing for a Hollywood type to take because they're used to being, they're used to getting attention. Or when you ignore them, they don't like it. So the only way we're going to get to that country that you want us to be to, Rob, where we get along, is one side has to learn how to respect the other. The way you'll respect his view, but you'll admit he wouldn't respect yours.
All right.
And that's all I got. Have a good evening.
All right. Appreciate it. Yeah, look, bottom line is we have to find a way to actually, just respect each other and understand that there are so many issues in this country right now that if we don't find a way to make it a better world, I fear what lies ahead. And I'm hoping, I don't know. I just hope that things can get better because it's just so sad. So many of the stories that we have witnessed and things that we have seen, it's just got to get better. And the only way it gets better is if we work to make it better. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of when I think about what's happened in our country. And if we don't work together as one, it will never get better. All right, that'll do it for tonight. Eye-opening, ear-opening show because of you, your opinion. It matters. We'll do it again tomorrow night. And tomorrow, big local story, the city's finances, the $40 million deficit, the mayor on top of it, as has Rachel Heisler, the